guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
There's a tremendous amount of law enforcement that's here right now. We're following some very strong leads, and I'm hoping to have more information as the night progresses on this investigation.
Multiple people have been shot at a Connecticut mall. Details are sparse at the moment, but police say it happened around 4:40 p.m. this afternoon at the Brass Mill Center in Waterbury. The types and extent of injuries are unknown at this point.
There are no fatalities at this time.
Fernando Spagnolo, Waterbury Chief of Police.
I don't feel that there's any threat here currently in the immediate area.
We'll share more details as they become available. The FBI reopened probes into a number of high-profile unsolved cases. Those cases include
the cocaine found at the White House during the Biden administration, the leaking of the Supreme Court Dobbs case, which overturned Roe v. Wade, and the pipe bombs found before the January 6, 2021 Capitol riot. In a post on X Monday, Deputy Director Dan Bongino said they've made the decision to either reopen or push additional resources and investigative attention to these cases. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Millions of Americans are seeing credit scores crater from delinquent student loans.
An analysis by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York shows that credit scores dropped by more than 100 points for over 2 million delinquent student loan borrowers. Scores fell 150 points or more for more than 1 million in the first 3 months of 2025. It's similar to the sharp drop that follows a personal bankruptcy filing. Researchers said about 2 million of those previously had favorable credit scores and would have qualified for car loans, mortgages, or credit cards before the delinquencies were reported. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 740 points. The S&P 500 rose by 118 points. The Nasdaq gained 461 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Federal immigration officials have detained a New York City public school student following a routine immigration court appearance.
Lawyers and family members of the 20-year-old Dylan, whose full name was not revealed, tell Chalkbeat he fled Venezuela last year, requested asylum, and obtained work permits. During his court appearance last week, a judge dismissed his deportation case along with his asylum application, and then after leaving the courtroom, ICE officials took him into custody in the lobby of the building. Dylan reportedly attends a Bronx high school called Ellis Prep. Scott Pringle, New York.
President Trump is pardoning a former Virginia sheriff convicted of federal bribery.
Former Culpeper County Sheriff Scott Jenkins was found guilty in December and was to begin serving a 10-year prison sentence. Trump wrote on Truth Social that he was granting an unconditional pardon to Jenkins. The president added, Jenkins and his family have been dragged through hell by a corrupt and weaponized Biden DOJ. Jenkins was found guilty of taking more than $75,000 in bribes in exchange for appointing several businessmen as auxiliary deputy sheriffs within his department. I'm Chris Coraggio.
The unemployment rate may be near a 50-year low, but a new report suggests the functional unemployment rate is so much higher.
Ludwig Institute for Shared Economic Prosperity looked at unemployed workers, people who can't find full-time employment, and people stuck in jobs where they can barely afford to live. Using those metrics, the report estimates the true unemployment rate is around 24%. That's compared to the 4.2% most recently put out by the Labor Department. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
All right, and just like that, here we go. Time to get the party started. Rolling into a hump day. Midweek coming on here just like that after the extended weekend. So how about that, midweek? We shall turn the page on the calendar. 28th day of May, here for 2025. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Rather quiet, tranquil. Now we do have some clouds, a little misty outside the secret bunker tonight. And another cool 58 degrees as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. Alrighty, what do we have? Another night, as the trend has been as of late, day after day. Areas of showers, thunderstorm development, some of which are severe. Another batch of stormy conditions in parts of Texas tonight. This time around it's southwestern, kind of moving into south central Texas. Most of the warned storms have straight line winds, 60 to 70 miles per hour. And hail embedded in. Most of tonight's reports are more along the lines of golf ball size hail, but that's enough to do some damage, dents and dings on the automobiles. Another cluster of stronger storms there in southeastern Colorado tonight that have been prompting some warnings. Several counties there active at this point in time. Those are going to be moving into southwestern, the corner of Kansas here, over the next hour or so. Then we've got scattered clusters of shower activity. Nothing severe, but kind of a rainy, dreary night from Minneapolis down to Des Moines, Iowa. Extending on down through eastern and southeastern portions of Missouri. Additional clusters or lines of showers and thunderstorms. More heavy rains kind of sandwiched right in between the Knoxville and Nashville area, pushing through Tennessee. Some of that rain moves down into north central Alabama, going to be moving into northwest Georgia. Yet another cluster of showers, some heavy rain from Montgomery, Alabama, extending down towards Mobile, Alabama at this hour. Even down toward Orlando, Daytona Beach. Phillip may be actually getting some rain at this hour. Showers and some heavy rains in the mix, stretching from Brunswick to Savannah, Georgia, right up through the heart of South Carolina. Most of the heavy rains now east of Charlotte there, but you'll find spotty rains throughout much of the Carolinas, through Virginia, West Virginia. And rains extending now all the way up into southern portions of Pennsylvania, from Harrisburg to Pittsburgh. Just one of those kind of dreary nights. It's going to be the situation in the northeast as those rains continue to push in. You're going to deal with several days of rain. But as AccuWeather forecasters have been telling us, daily rounds of severe thunderstorms, kind of focusing across the Gulf Coast states right into midweek here. You've got a boundary that's kind of stalled, separating cooler air to the north and all that warm, humid air to the south along the Gulf Coast states. Now, I mentioned last evening there was some monster hail reported on Memorial Day there. Thunderstorms that produced damaging winds, hail, flash flooding, even a few tornadoes charged across the southern plains in the southeast. Some of these we have documented hail bigger than the diameter of compact discs or DVDs. We're talking in excess of 5 inches in diameter. Those hail balls falling in Menard, Texas. Multiple reports of hailstones in Texas, stretching from golf ball to tennis ball, baseball, and even softball size. Overnight tonight here, the risk of storms begins to shift a bit further south and east, stretching from southwestern New Mexico all the way to portions of southern Georgia. As we just mentioned, there are various clusters throughout that region. Our multi-day threat will continue here on Wednesday afternoon and evening across the Gulf Coast once again, and as far north as into portions of Colorado, Kansas, and further east to much of South Carolina. New Orleans, Houston, Austin, Atlanta, a few of the cities that may face some damaging thunderstorms. Those storms that fire up this Wednesday afternoon and evening Combined with the rounds of rain we've seen in previous days, the concern for flash flooding continues to grow with each passing round. Similar to Wednesday, as we look toward late week, thunderstorms are going to again rumble along the Gulf Coast states, portions of Texas, New Mexico, Colorado from Thursday to Thursday night. Again, we'll see cities such as Houston and New Orleans in play for yet another day. Severe storms sparking across these regions, capable of producing damaging winds, flooding, downpours, and more hail. If you're hoping for a break in the persistent rounds of thunderstorms, looks like you're going to have to continue to wait beyond the end of this week. The long-term team at AccuWeather says the front is going to move slowly through the region later in the week and into the weekend. That front just creeping along will continue that stormy stretch of weather along the Gulf Coast, as well as portions of the southeast. All right, it may not be till we get into the month of June here, coming up this weekend, when a drier pattern may finally take over for that region of the country. Gotta love a rainy night, right? All right, meanwhile, out west, our old friend Senor Heatwave's name is going to be being taken in vain here over the next few days. Some of the hottest weather of the year so far is in store for the interior western USA later this week and into the weekend. We're looking at highs in the triple digits in some areas during the heat wave before cooler air and some showers and thunderstorms arrive. A strong area of high pressure is what's going to be causing the temperatures to surge. Now, adding to this is going to be a general offshore flow where the winds travel from the land toward the waters. That prevents any cooling from the chilly ocean water along the coast or the notorious June gloom this time of year. The offshore flow caused by the strong high-pressure area to the north and a storm setting up over the Pacific southwest of Southern California. This is going to be the first heat wave of the season out west, outside of Southern California. Yeah, there have been some other warm spells, but not quite the scope of what we're going to be talking coming up here. We will be looking at some daily record highs being challenged. Areas near the coast will be at their warmest level come Friday, while the interior will be either warmest Saturday or maybe similar for both days. The extreme heat will reach also further north into the northwest come Saturday. There should be a sea breeze kicking in each day, which would somewhat limit the heat for the coastal cities, but even temperatures there are going to be 5-10 degrees above average before the sea breeze arrives. For example, San Francisco peaking in the middle to upper 70s, which they would typically be in the upper 60s. Now, the peak of the heat for the Sacramento area. Santa Claus, get ready, 103 degrees on Friday, 107 degrees for Redding, California that same day. Redding will also get well above 100 on Saturday, hitting 106. Further south, the hottest day for Fresno, Saturday, looking at a high of 106. Further inland, Boise, Idaho, you'll see temperatures reaching the upper 90s Saturday, with a chance of some areas breaching the century mark. The core of the heat will likely escape Southern California. Temperatures only in the 70s and 80s around Los Angeles. However, temperatures over part of the interior Southwest can reach and top 100. Las Vegas, you may touch 100 as early as today, Wednesday. Highs of 106 forecast for both Friday and Saturday. This would be the highest temperature of the year so far. You did see the 100-degree mark back on May the 22nd. Salt Lake City, highs forecast well into the 90s coming up this weekend. Typically, you'd be in the upper 70s. Highest temperature you've seen so far this year was 89 back on May the 10th and 12th. So there's going to be an expansion of the Short-term drought conditions, including those with extreme or exceptional drought levels. There hasn't been widespread, meaningful rain in California since back mid to late March, so the fuels have really had a chance to dry out considerably over the past couple of months. Additionally, the air will be very dry to begin with, and the high heat is going to help make it even drier. Now, gusty winds not reaching damaging levels will continue to contribute to the dryness and make it easier for fires to start and quickly spread. But then there is the rain in the forecast that may arrive this weekend for some into early next week. The first will be a storm that drops southeast from the Pacific and then pushes inland over the northwest. That alone should be enough to trigger at least some spotty showers and thunderstorms. Now, where there are lightning strikes with little to no rain, yes, wildfires may erupt. The others associated with the mainly dry storm off the coast of Southern California. The track this storm takes and how much moisture it might be able to pull in from the tropics could help initiate the start of the North American monsoon, a tropical rainstorm that may soon become the first named system in the eastern Pacific, could actually help send some moisture beyond the coast and the mountains of Mexico and maybe into parts of the southwestern U.S. later in the weekend into early next week. Warming up out west, round the country, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, hello to Pappy. Kicking things off. Saddle up, Nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. And hey, Mike, horse feathers. Got to make it official. There you go, 844-844-3388. The digits to dial them up. 58 degrees in the far side of southwestern Ohio. A little mist in the air tonight. There it is. Snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Let's get the party started. Are you with me? Indeed. Gary's on board. Hello, Steve. All the overnight crew. Happy hump day. Marianne in the house. There's Shorty. You're rolling I-77 northbound tonight. Troutman, North Carolina, 56 degrees. As we are Columbus bound. Good morning from the Mile High City. Hello, Brett. Cloudy skies, 51 degrees. Looks like showers, thunderstorms on the horizon for the day ahead. A thank you to all the first responders out there keeping us safe, and all the third shift workers keeping the world turning on the overnight. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy a live overnight radio with Mr. Summers. Very good. Hey, Tank, good morning, Steve. Happy Hump Day. 70 here in Joseph City, Arizona. Headed down to Banning, California, as soon as we get this tire repaired or replaced. All right, everybody, truck safe. Have a blessed day. Kevin on board. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Hello to Anthony. Bob in Michigan checks in. Rubber Duck. Yeah, finally got my ribs from yesterday. They saved me, too. Yeah, really, on my babysitting yesterday, and that's all I got. 2 ribs. All right, you got the short end of the deal there, Rubber Duck. All right, let's roll on down. Gilla, good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, it's a rainy night at the Petro in Raphine, Virginia, which used to be the White's truck stop. That was my favorite years ago. Those who know, only 51 degrees, so keep it shiny side up out there. Bill, good morning, everyone. 62, cloudy here in Ina, Illinois. On the way back to Wisconsin. Then, who knows from there? It's looking positive for my new local trucking job opportunity. So many hoops you have to go through to get a trucking job these days. I miss the old days when you filled out an application, shook the boss's hand, and you got a job. Yeah, have a great, safe night out there, drivers. All right, good luck on that there, Bill. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. 68 degrees under a very dry, no rain, starlit skies. Kiowa, Oklahoma. All right, in a few short hours, we load the powerful chrome-plated cow truck for a high-speed trip north to either Nebraska or Iowa. Did I mention it's not raining? Southern Oklahoma. Special one-night-only shout-out to the #1 best sponsor, Hot Shot Secret, from the hometown of a relatively famous crooner, none other than Reba McEntire. Buckeye Boy, checking in from Ackworth, Georgia tonight, 61. Got about 0.8 of an inch of rain in just the last 24 hours. Had over 3 inches of rain in the last week. Really came down hard earlier this past day with a few rumbles of thunder. I'll be glad when it stops and warms up. It doesn't look like that's going to happen till probably sometime next week. Hey, good game by the Reds. Bad game by the Braves. We just can't hit the ball. Anyway, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. I think the Reds 7-2 was the final against the Dodgers. Was that not this past evening? All right, and there's Coy. A big hello, Steve. Good job. Thank you, Coy. 844-844-3388. All right, we'll get to some of the industry headlines coming up here. While the search continues for 2 of 10 escaped inmates, they're in Louisiana and now some of the surrounding areas. Arkansas, the search is on. As they refer to the devil is on the loose. The devil in the Ozarks, he's referred to. Law enforcement searching Arkansas's rugged Ozark Mountains for a former police chief and convicted killer who escaped prison over the weekend. Yeah, the sister of one of his victims is now on edge, they tell us. Grant Hardin, the former police chief in the small town of Gateway near the Arkansas-Missouri border, was serving lengthy sentences for murder and rape. He had become known as the devil in the Ozarks. Hardin escaped over the weekend from the North Central Unit in Calico Rock by disguising himself and wearing a makeshift outfit designed to mimic law enforcement, according to state prison officials. Cheryl Tillman, whose brother, James Appleton, was killed by Hardin back in 2017, said she and other relatives are rather alarmed as they were witnesses in his court proceedings back then. We were there at his trial when this all went down, and he saw us there. He knows. Sheriff's deputies in multiple northern Arkansas communities working with state prison officials to follow leads and search the rugged terrain in the Ozarks. Izard County Sheriff Charlie Melton updated on Monday to the citizens of Izard County and surrounding counties, please stay vigilant, lock your house, lock your vehicle doors, report any suspicious activity by calling 911 immediately. Other sheriffs were issuing similar warnings about Hardin, who was actually the focus of a 2023 documentary, which was entitled Devil in the Ozarks. Gateway, the small town of about 450 people where Hardin briefly was the police chief in 2016, is in the same large county as the headquarters of retail giant Walmart in Bentonville. However, Gateway and the northeast part of the county is far more rural and remote than Bentonville. It's much more rugged terrain, they tell us.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Reports say multiple people have been shot at a Connecticut mall. Waterbury Police Chief Fernando Spagnuolo says there are no deaths.
There are several victims suffering from gunshot wounds. They were all transported to local hospitals. Currently, they're being worked on and receiving medical treatment.
Multiple government agencies had joined local police with the investigation. At last check, the gunman is not in custody. The Supreme Court is rejecting a last-minute plea by Native Americans to block a copper mining project in Arizona.
The decision was handed down Tuesday in regards to the project in Oak Flat located in the Tonto National Forest. The nonprofit organization Apache Stronghold made the challenge, saying that the land is sacred and is used to perform tribal ceremonies. Recently, the Trump administration announced its support for the mining project. Justices Neil Gorsuch and Clarence Thomas dissented in the decision, with Gorsuch calling it a grave mistake not to have a closer look. I'm Matt Mattinson.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, as we roll into a new day, 28th day of May, double trucker checking in, Lodi. Partly dark, okay. Enjoying the last night before another 5 days of rain, they tell us. All right, we're hooked and ready to go once my electronic dispatcher says I've safely had a break. I did my part to promote the show on some Facebook group that mentioned the old show. Maybe you'll have a new old listener. Or is that an old new listener? I'll tune in later on the way back to Western New York on the home of free speech, Rumble. Jeffrey checking in from Southern Florida this morning. Good morning to the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Thanks for the update, Buckeye Boy. He said, I guess those last 2 inmates that had escaped New Orleans were indeed finally caught after a high-speed chase in Texas. So, all right. So all 10 now accounted for, I guess it is. Now we just got to find the devil in the Ozarks. Kind of a weird story, but yeah, the terrain he is in is very rugged. In the heart of the Ozarks and the Buffalo National River, where the escape happened. Tillman said she wasn't surprised when she heard Hardin had escaped, but that news suddenly adding fresh pain for her and other family members after dealing with the grief from the killing. He's just an evil man, she says, not good for society. Hardin pleaded guilty in October of 2017 to first-degree murder for fatally shooting Appleton, who worked for the Gateway Water Department when he was shot in the head. Police found his body inside a car. Investigators at the time didn't release a motive, but Hardin was sentenced to 30 years in prison. He's also serving 50 years in prison for the 1997 rape of an elementary school teacher in Rogers, north of Fayetteville. So he had been held in Calico Rock, that prison, since 2017. but I guess folks concerned on the lam. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. What's on your mind as we get the new day underway? Let's jump to some industry headlines, starting in the state of Illinois. We're an Illinois carrier with 70 power units, the latest to file for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. AZA Transportation listing assets between $100,000 and $500,000 on their bankruptcy filing. Let's see, based in Mount Prospect, which is in Cook County, the same county as Chicago. Liabilities of $500,000 to $1 million in their bankruptcy filing. Of the 20 largest creditors, the largest combined claims is from Keystone Equipment Finance Corporation, based out of Connecticut, has 3 separate claims. Another large creditor is Transportation Alliance Bank, based in Ogden, Utah. BMO, the former Bank of Montreal, is a major lender to the trucking industry, which also has a claim, just under $20,000. But according to the FMCSA's Safer website, AZA has 71 drivers for its 70 power units carrying general freight. The Safer site reporting no crashes in the past 24 months prior to the bankruptcy. Their vehicle out-of-service rate for those 2 years was 12%, nearly half the national average. The driver out-of-service percentage of 9.5% was a bit more than the national average of 6.6%. But that's been the trend, trying to reorganize and stay afloat. Meanwhile, we had the word last week that humans, of course, are back in the driver's seat, but only as window dressing, according to the recent update from Aurora Innovations. Their chairman and CEO said PACCAR, which is one of the company's OEM partners, requested we have a person in the driver's seat because of certain prototype parts in their base vehicle platform. This, as Aurora, of course, announced the launch of their driverless trucking service on the 1st of May. Astute observers would note the vehicle kind of showcased in the release was an autonomous Peterbilt with the logos kind of masked. Now, he went on to say PACCAR is a longtime partner. After much consideration, we respected their request, and we are moving the observer, in some cases who had been riding in the back of some of our trips, from the back to the front seat. The observer will not be operating the vehicle. The Aurora driver will continue to be fully responsible for all driving tasks, including pulling over to a safe location if required. We remain confident the observer is not required to operate the truck, citing our exhaustive testing of nearly 10,000 requirements and 2.7 million tests, which served as the foundation of our safety case. All right, regarding more details on what role the human observers now in the driver's seat will play, the company told Trucking Drive that humans are simply there to assist with a timely recovery in the event that the Aurora driver has to pull into the shoulder of the road, events such as a blown tire or inclement weather, which we've been seeing plenty of that there in the state of Texas, of course. Brain Dead had forwarded to me this past day the Tennessee Highway Patrol reporting 2 fatalities following a crash involving a Greyhound bus along Highway 70 in Jackson, Tennessee, that occurred over the Memorial Day weekend, actually on Memorial Day. According to the Highway Patrol, the crash involved a regular passenger vehicle and a large Greyhound bus en route to Nashville, leaving multiple people injured, including 2 victims that lost their lives. Incident involved 39 passengers, with around 29 being transported to the hospital. A Greyhound spokesperson releasing a statement this past day. The bus was traveling from Memphis to Nashville. One bus operator and one relief driver was on board at the time of the accident. 30 people hospitalized. Most have already been released, but our team is actively investigating the situation, providing necessary assistance to our passengers, the driver, and law enforcement. As the investigation is ongoing, we have no further comments at this time. One who lives down the street and talked about the moment he heard the impact. When we were approaching the accident, we saw the truck was on fire. I was thinking, this is serious, really serious. And as we got closer, we started helping people coming out of the bus and started to see what we could do. Another woman who lives next door to the crash site said they had run over to try and help in any way they could. People were trying to get out of the bus, and we had to try to pop the windows out. So they were just falling out. And it was a steep drop into the ditch, and people were just kind of falling to the ground. We were trying to keep them warm until the paramedics showed up. All right, 17 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Uncle Chops, howdy, everyone out there at the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Tony, morning, Steve, and the entire Hot Shots Nation from the pristine shores along the Ohio River in southern Illinois. With Paducah, Kentucky, kind of sharing the view, 67 degrees. Yeah, we got a chance of some shower activity during the overnight hours tonight. I did not get up to witness the launch. I felt I needed my beauty rest more than watching the next SpaceX Starship test launch, which I guess didn't go so well. On one hand, one portion of the launch, the other did go further than any previous launch has gone, but ending in failure once again. The mission aiming to deploy 8 Starlink simulator satellites and test the vehicle's re-entry system with 100 removed heat shield tiles. Despite a successful launch and initial ascent, the spacecraft began spinning uncontrollably due to a fuel system leak, rendering the heat shield test unfeasible, as they put it. Starship made it to the successful ship engine cutoff. That's the upper stage. So a big improvement over the last flight. Also, no significant loss of heat shield tiles during the ascent. But shortly after reaching space, the booster stage, critical for the spacecraft's re-entry, was lost during its return to the atmosphere. Additionally, the payload door failed to open during the flight, they tell us. Remaining parts of the ship, which do not disintegrate from the heat of re-entry, were expected to land in the Indian Ocean. So they did make it, to that nearly halfway point around the world. This marks another setback, though, for SpaceX's Starship program, facing numerous challenges in previous tests, including an aborted flight earlier back in April. In a statement following the incident, SpaceX acknowledged the failure and kind of emphasized the importance of learning from each test. With a test like this, success comes from what we learn. Today's test will help us improve Starship's reliability as we seek to make life multiplanetary. The FAA notified of the incident. They're expected to conduct an investigation, determine the cause of the failure, and look at any potential impact on future launches. They did say we're aware an anomaly occurred during the SpaceX Starship Flight 9 mission that launched Tuesday, May the 27th from the Starbase in Texas. We're actively working with SpaceX on this event. There are no reports of public injury or damage to public property. SpaceX has not yet announced a timeline for their next test flight, but indicated that they will continue to refine the Starship system based on all the data collected from this past day's mission. Developmental testing, by definition, is unpredictable, they said. But by putting hardware in a flight environment as frequently as possible, we are able to quickly learn and execute design changes as we try to bring Starship online as a fully, rapidly reusable vehicle.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
We'll get to some of the other national and international headlines. What's going on around the world? Meanwhile, road check. It was a couple of weeks ago. I have not yet seen any full state results or national results. We did get some numbers from the state of Texas, where the Department of Public Safety releasing results from the road check campaign carried out in the Permian Basin region. Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance road check back on May 13th through the 15th. In a statement, as a result of their dedication to making the roads throughout the Permian Basin safer, and removing vehicles and drivers operating in an unsafe manner and or an out-of-service condition. Here's what the numbers looked like. So again, just in the Permian Basin region, 443 vehicles inspected. Total violations, 1,309. Total vehicles placed out of service, 168. That's 38%, folks. Do we have a lot of shoddy equipment, rattle traps running out there in the Permian Basin, apparently? Total drivers placed out of service, 19. That's just 4%. Total number of CVSA decals issued, which means a passing grade, right? No flaws, 60. So out of 443 vehicles inspected, 60 CVSA decals. So these are among the earliest road check results yet released. Now we look back at Road Check 2024, the total overall vehicle out of service rate was 23%. The driver out of service rate was 4.8%. So in the Permian Basin, pretty much in line with last year's driver out of service, but the vehicles being placed out of service almost double the national average. Of course, numerous agencies participating there, CVSA, Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Troopers, Motor Carrier Safety Assistance Program officers from the Midland Police Department, Odessa Police, Ector County Sheriff's Office, and the Ward County Sheriff's Office. Very interesting. Progress, they tell us, being made at state houses around the country on legislation that focuses on, as we were just discussing, autonomous trucks. Rules related to autonomous trucks are in place in more than half of all states. Rules in some states are thought to have become a bit outdated as the technologies continue to evolve. From our friends at OOIDA, they said, we recognize the rapid development of autonomous technology has potential, but as we have pointed out, the technology poses challenges as it relates to commercial vehicles and highway safety. Starting in the state of Colorado, a bill on the governor's desk would make the state the first one in the nation to prohibit the operation of autonomous trucks. Sponsored by Representative Sheila Leiter of Jefferson, House Bill 1122 would make an exception to the rule when a commercial driver's license holder is in the vehicle, monitoring the system's driving, and intervenes if necessary to avoid illegal and or unsafe driving. Hazmat loads are also addressed. Specifically, CDL holders present in automated vehicles hauling hazmat must be in the driver's seat. Individuals who do not comply with the requirements face $1,000 fines. Repeat offenders face $2,000 fines. Subsequent offenses would result in double fines for each occurrence. Now, House lawmakers approved this pretty overwhelmingly, a 55 yeas to 9 nays vote. The Senate followed suit, 27 to 8. Delaware, a similar bill progressing through the Delaware State House would enact a ban on driverless trucks on state roadways. SB 46 would prohibit autonomous trucks exceeding 26,000 pounds from travel on state roadways for testing purposes, transporting goods, or passengers without a human driver physically present in the vehicle. Autonomous vehicle testing would be permitted as long as a driver is present. Delaware DOT would be responsible for submitting a report evaluating autonomous technology to the governor by the year 2030. At that time, the driver rule could change. So kind of locking things in, with drivers in the vehicles guaranteed for the next 5 years. During a recent Transportation Committee hearing, chairman said it's about safety. I personally don't want to be driving on a Delaware road and look over and see a tractor trailer with no one in it. I don't think any of our constituents want that. Representative Richard Collins pushing back on that concern. At first, he said he was also skeptical about driverless trucks. The future is technology. It's not happening today. It's not going to happen tomorrow. If autonomous trucks cannot prove they can operate safely, the Delaware DOT can stop it. Either way, the committee voted to advance the bill to the House floor. If approved there, it would then head to the governor's desk. Senate lawmakers already approved the bill, and they did so by unanimous consent. Several other states in the mix. We'll see if we can get some of those as we roll on into a brand new day. Hump Day coming on. Eagle's going to be checking in Plowboy. Coming up after the news break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Work when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Reports say multiple people have been shot at a Connecticut mall.
Around 4:40 p.m., Waterbury police were dispatched to the Brass Mill Center Mall on a report of a disturbance. When officers arrived, they found victims from a shooting.
Waterbury Police Chief Fernando Spagnolo says there are no deaths.
There are several victims suffering from gunshot wounds. They were all transported to local hospitals. Currently, they're being worked on and receiving medical treatment, and there are no fatalities at this time.
Multiple government agencies have joined with local police in this investigation. U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff says a ceasefire hostage deal is on the table, and he's urging Hamas terrorists to accept this.
In comments made to CNN, Witkoff said the deal would see the release of half of living hostages and half of those who died in exchange for a ceasefire, which would lead to talks to end the war in Gaza. He didn't say how long the ceasefire would be for, but added Israel is in favor of the deal. Witkoff said Hamas has not accepted it, and a report from Reuters earlier Monday on a potential deal Hamas terrorists reportedly agreed to was not his proposal. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The company that hosts President Trump's social media platform is going big into Bitcoin.
Sarasota-based Trump Media and Technology Group says in a news release that it will offer $1.5 billion in stock and borrow another $1 billion to create a Bitcoin treasury. CEO Devin Nunes says the cryptocurrency will help Trump Media avoid harassment by financial institutions and help with future plans that include subscription payments. Trump Media and Technology operates the Truth Social platform and the Truth Plus streaming service. I'm Gordon Bird.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 740 points. The S&P 500 rose by 118 points. The Nasdaq gained 461 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
So we paid $500 million to World Health when I was here, and I terminated it.
The U.S. and Argentina are launching what they call an alternative international health system.
It comes after both nations have moved to withdraw from the World Health Organization. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. issued a joint statement with Argentina's Minister of Health discussing their respective nations' decision to withdraw from the Global Health Authority. President Trump had started the process of withdrawing during his first term, but former President Biden reversed the move before it took effect. I'm Brian Shook.
A new study ranks Utah as the state with the worst nurse shortage in the nation.
The study found that Utah has just over 1,300 nurses per 100,000 residents. The national average is 2,057 per 1,000 people. The report used data from the National Council of State Boards of Nursing. Utah was directly followed on the list by Washington, Georgia, Wyoming, and Maryland. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
A new study found that stress from work could be affecting your dog at home.
The research shows that dog owners who stress about work-related issues off the clock have pets who also show signs of stress. With the study, researchers surveyed 85 dog owners to measure job stress and how often they think of work in their free time. Those owners were asked how stressed they thought their dogs were while tracking behaviors that are tied to canine stress, like whining, pacing, and restlessness. The study concluded that owners with high-stress jobs had dogs who showed more stress-related behavior. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, kickoff another hour underway as we roll into a brand new day. Midweek already, as we like to refer to it, Hump Day coming on 28th day of May. Good to have you on board. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Hearing in the headlines this past day that the FBI, I guess, what is he, Assistant Director, Deputy Director, Dan Bongino, he said we're reopening, I guess, several investigations. Cocaine in the White House, the January 6th pipe bomb. Yeah, never have found a suspect in relation to that after all this time. How's that possible? And also, the Supreme Court's leak of the Dobbs decision. We all recall the mayhem that leak from the Supreme Court caused. But interestingly, he referenced them as potential public corruption cases. There is some significance to that wording. We shall explain coming up this hour. Meanwhile, first chance to say hello to Eagle since the Memorial Day weekend. Did you get your fill of racing over the weekend there, Eagle?
Yeah. How you doing? Yeah. You wasn't on the radio last night, was you? I thought. Did we have a show last night.
Yeah, we were here Monday night, Tuesday. We were not here Sunday night, but yeah, we were here last night. Yep, sure were.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I could have called in last night. I didn't know you was on the radio last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still at home right now. I'm getting ready to leave in the morning. Yeah, because I didn't get here until Sunday. Yeah, Texas for Memorial Day. So I'm taking an extra couple of days because I didn't get there Friday and Saturday. I was driving, trying to get back to Texas with all these damn traffic. I wanted to talk about car racing right quick before I get to Donald Trump and the politics. First of all, starting off with the Indy race. I was surprised that it pulled off, without any major accidents. I thought there was going to be a lot of accidents. I told you they had a lot of accidents in practice, so I was very surprised to see the race go off, without any major problems. No major accidents. Kyle Larson, he kind of had overdrove and got into the wall and ruined his day. It looked like he was in good position to maybe have a top 10 finish if he wouldn't have wrecked out. And then he ended up going down to Charlotte and having another wreck. He was leading the race, so it turned out to be a miserable day for him. Overall, Kyle Larson, I thought he would do a little bit better than that. Disappointed, with the Charlotte. I didn't watch the whole race. I just seen, like I told you before, the last 200 laps. I mean, the last 200 miles. That's usually when the most action, the first 600-mile race. It turned out to be a pretty decent race. I was hoping William Byron would win. I think he had the best car. He just got passed up, on the last couple of laps. He might have used his car up. But I think overall he led the most laps. He should have ended up in victory lane, but it didn't turn out that way. But it was overall a pretty good racing weekend. Between the two races, it turned out to be pretty good. Wasn't no major accidents or nothing like that. So that's the main thing. Everybody came out healthy and good. Now, Steve, before I get to some major truck driving issues, man, because I talked to a guy today and I'm learning some very disturbing things about truck driving that's coming in the future, and it's already, some people already are realizing this. But first of all, before I get to that, I wanted to say something about Donald Trump in this situation with Ukraine and Russia. Now, it's becoming very, very apparent, Steve. You know, I tried to give Vladimir Putin, I tried to get a guy the benefit of the doubt, you know, over the last few months, you know, due to the fact Zelensky, you know, is basically a clown. But you know what, Steve, you know, like Donald Trump said over the weekend, it's more and more obvious. Vladimir Putin, he doesn't want no ceasefire. Only thing that's going to satisfy this guy is to totally take over Ukraine, because he's still firing missiles and still trying to destroy Ukraine. That doesn't sound like somebody who's trying to have a ceasefire and trying to end the killing, just like Donald Trump said over the weekend. He said he was very disappointed in Vladimir because he's still killing. Well, it's very apparent, Steve, you know, like I said, I try to give the guy the benefit of the doubt, but it's obvious now this guy doesn't want no ceasefire. He doesn't want into the depth. Only thing he wants, that land that he thinks that he rightfully owns, that land that Ukraine calls theirs. And it seems like he's not going to listen to Donald Trump. And another reason why I'm saying this, Steve, is because Vladimir Putin still hasn't come to the negotiating table. He still hasn't sat down at the table with Zelensky or Donald Trump to even try to work out a deal. So that don't sound like somebody who's trying to make something happen, trying to end this damn war. So I'm very disappointed in Vladimir Putin, you know, because, you know, he should have, you know, this thing should have been over a long time ago, but apparently he doesn't see it that way. And unfortunately, it looks like it's going to continue. He's not even listening to what Donald Trump, I thought Donald Trump might be able to get involved in it and get this thing ended. But it seems like Putin is not even listening to responding to Donald Trump. So, and that's really a damn shame. So it looks like there's going to continue being more and more deaths in Ukraine over the next few months, and maybe years at this point. It's just not looking good at all. And hopefully, like I said, hopefully it doesn't lead to the U.S. getting involved in the conflict. That might be the next step, but I hope not. Now, I want to talk about this other situation, Steve. I learned over the weekend. I talked to a guy who's looking for a job right now. He recently quit his job, and he's coming to find out as he makes phone calls to these different trucking companies. Okay, there was some news over the weekend, Steve. I don't know if you heard about it. There was some kind of accident. I don't know where this accident took place at, but there is some woman, a mother, or whoever it is, that some family members got killed. She is trying to push legislation saying that cameras, driver-facing cameras, should be placed in all commercial vehicles. Now, I'm going to say this, Steve. A camera is not going to stop accidents in commercial vehicles. Installing a camera is not going to stop. The problem that we have are drivers that are not trained properly, drivers that are not don't understand the lane. These are the ones that are recently causing these accidents. All you're doing is taking the driver's personal invasion of privacy. These cameras have audio on them. They also have video, and they record everything you do. And I don't need somebody to babysit me as I'm driving down the interstate. But more and more trucking companies are installing these things because they're also getting an insurance discount from insurance companies if they place these cameras in their vehicles. Now, you know, maybe some other guys can call in. I know you got some people who say that they don't mind having a camera in their truck, but I'm one of the people that I do not want a camera in my truck as I roll down the highway for 11 hours a day, facing me, looking at, recording my every move. And like I always say, Steve, that person that works in the company that you work for, a trucking company, I wonder, ask that guy if he wants a camera installed in that four-wheeler that he drives around in every day, so they can record him while he's operating that car he's driving in. And I guarantee you, 10 times out of 10, he'll say he don't want no camera in his car. So if it's okay to put it in the truck, why is it not okay to put it in that four-wheeler that guy rides around in? So maybe some of your other callers can chime in, and you can, put your 2 cents in too on how you feel about these cameras being installed in the trucks. And thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle. Good to hear from you. Back on the road again, I guess tomorrow, right? 16 past the hour. I know most drivers that I've spoke to do not like the driver-facing camera. Pretty much everyone unanimously agrees the forward-facing camera, your witness, because so many drivers out there, in some cases, actually intentionally do stupid things, trying to get involved in an incident so they can sue you. Always have a witness. Now, if you do something wrong and you got the forward-facing camera, well, that's also could be incriminated against you, but that's your responsibility, right? It is 844-844-3388. Good call, Eagle. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, separate topic here. What is it with Congress failing to act? Florida Governor DeSantis, during a press conference yesterday, spoke about the failure of Congress to enact even one cut that has been suggested by DOGE. Elon Musk and the DOGE team found over $900 billion in cuts. We're talking nearly $1 trillion, right, with a T. Congress has not followed up on even one. This is the key section of Governor DeSantis' comments. He also spoke to some of the successes in Florida, but he says, quote, $1 trillion deficit is a tax on you. It works its way through the economy. There is no free lunch. And that's what ends up happening. It's a little frustrating. Elon Musk went into this DOGE effort. He was getting lampooned. Like they're firebombing his Tesla dealerships. The media smearing him relentlessly. His businesses suffered all this stuff because he basically said, look, we can't keep doing this. We need to moderate and reduce the amount of money the federal government's spending. And yet we have a Republican Congress And to this day, we're in the end of May. We're past Memorial Day, and not 1 cent in DOGE cuts have actually been implemented by Congress. That's one of the reasons we need a balanced budget amendment to the U.S. Constitution. It's another reason why we need term limits for members of Congress. If nothing else, Congress is very disrespectful to the American people and the wonderful people of DOGE who sacrificed to find these cuts. We are nearly $37 trillion in debt, and these swampsters will not do their job. Democrats are a total loss, but it looks like Republicans might be as well. DOGE also found illegal aliens voting, and Congress did nothing about that either. They don't care. Yeah, can we deport Congress to Sudan? If someone came in your house every day and was taking money from you, would you let him keep doing it? So Governor DeSantis, not 1 cent in DOGE cuts, I guess codified in Congress. Some of the follow-up comments from others. Mario Newfall says, $1 trillion deficit attacks on you? Yes, no free lunch. Marjorie Taylor Greene followed up saying, well, we're still funding the Taliban. Elon Musk's incredible DOGE team discovered the federal government is actually paying the Taliban, and they covered it up by deleting the files. Tim Burchett serves on my DOGE subcommittee, and he has a bill to defund the Taliban. Congress must defund the Taliban. Matt Von Swoll, I'm not sure who this guy is, but he says, I hate the swamp. So let me get this straight. Instead of voting on DOGE cuts this week, the GOP are taking another blanket week of vacation? Are you kidding me right now? I thought the people voted for major reform. What is happening to the GOP? All right, good questions. I don't know. Are they taking another week's vacation? What do you say, Plowboy? Good morning. How was your Memorial Day?
Not too much. Good morning. Oh, it was there, and I've been working, so that's about all we can say. How was your all's?
I had a good weekend. Enjoyed the extra time off there. Yep.
I understand that. But Wyden originally called in about, there goes them Permian Basin trucks again. That, like I've said before, they run probably 25 to 30% lease roads. They don't know what a DOT car looks like. And when they do, Steve, back to 2016, 17, when a lot of them companies came out, they were chasing that $10,000 a week payouts. And they were going out there and getting hold of some, put it this way, junkyard crash. And they probably put 4 or 5 trucks together to get one out of them and put a plate on it. And yeah, I mean, they look like little, yeah.
So that was kind of my question. So there is a ton of shoddy equipment, junk running in the Permian Basin?
I can't get you pictures no more, but I'm sure any of them, like Eagle, that runs that 2010 corridor, pretty hot, Midland area. Oh, yeah, there's some pictures. That probably take you back to the, I'm going to say this, there was a bunch of the most Schneider trucks that Schneider pulled off back in the early 2000s out there. So they were 10 plus years old then when they were out there, when I was still out there. And you can just go from there, figure out old Warner trucks, crap like that. But now I'll have to say this. Eagle, you forgot one step further. One step you forgot. I had this argument when I was running with that company out of Akron when we leased that truck on with them. They were trying to put driver-facing camera in our truck. I said, absolutely not. I said, if you do that, I want to put one in your damn bedroom. I said, that truck is our bedroom. I said, because we got these curtains that go around the front, and if you're claustrophobic, I said, I don't want to sleep with my damn curtains open. or closed. I
Mm-hmm.
said, I'll close my windows on the front and go to sleep. I'll be damned if you're going to watch me sleep. And that's how I thought them. I bid them back. But they're going to do this stupid crap. It's going to only get worse. And I mean, absolutely not. I mean, it's pathetic.
Yeah, so
it's awesome.
Several of the drivers I spoke to said, well, yeah, one of them said when they put their vehicle in park that the camera automatically is deactivated. Another said that you just you push a button, you turn it off when you park your truck. Yeah, do you not trust them? Do you not trust them?
Steve, half these yahoos that come fresh out of college, I wouldn't trust them as, about as hard, some of these damn Harvard professors I could trust. Yeah, that's about how far I would trust them. Because they came out, they got the transportation degree, and all of a sudden they're Mr. Safety. And I mean, we've seen what Mr. Safety did when they tried to design a double R's truck. All that crap that they put on that truck now. But then again, that's another topic. But I'm trying to understand what's happened. Did all of our tips that weren't going to get taxed, the overtime that wasn't going to get taxed, as that came back just falling on a chopping block? Because I was reading something, I guess Ron Johnson out of Wisconsin was trying to say if they voted for it, Rand Paul, I think him is against us voting for it. But they said it would go against our deficit. There's just something I don't see. How come is these tax breaks to the working people going against our deficit when if whoever, just give them a name, do not have to pay that tax, would it not boost the economy by your sales, your GDP? I just can't figure where the Congress is really thinking about this.
I mean, the best I could say is they're looking at any reduction of taxes that the American people are paying, that they're not going to get it back some other form or fashion. You're trying to say that, well, it'll come around full circle. They'll get it in a different way. But I can see if you reduce the tax burden, we'll just use a round figure by $500 billion that people have to pay come, April 15. That's $500 billion, basically, that would be tagged on to the debt. But hold the thought there. We'll pick up on that after the news break.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Multiple people have been shot at a Connecticut mall.
There were 5 victims that were struck by gunfire here. They were all transported to local area hospitals where they received treatment. Thankfully, currently, there is no fatal issue with this particular incident.
Fernando Spignolo, the Waterbury Chief of Police. The COVID vaccine is no longer being recommended by the CDC for pregnant women and healthy children. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. made the announcement on X.
Last year, the Biden administration urged healthy children to get yet another COVID shot despite the lack of any clinical data.
Previously, the CDC had recommended the vaccine for everyone 6 months and older. King Charles is showing his support for Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney's policies during his first meeting with officials.
All Canadians can give themselves far more than any foreign power on any continent can ever take away.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch. And nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, back at it here. Coming up, looks like who we got? Dan going to be checking in. Knucklebuster Senor Heatwave, I believe, is done with his vacation. But first, Plowboy. All right, here's what I was able to pull up for you during the break there. Yeah, the latest. Where does this big, beautiful bill stand? Yes, there is opposition. And I believe only... the number would be, 3 or 4 senators? If you get 4 opposed, it wouldn't be enough votes to go through. You've got, as you mentioned, Wisconsin's Republican senator leading the opposition as it makes its way through that chamber. Ron Johnson, described as a fiscal hawk, criticized Trump's big, beautiful bill that focuses on immigration and tax policy, which supposedly independent analysts say will add trillions to the deficit. Over the weekend, Memorial Day, Johnson making the rounds on the television talk show saying the bill has to include significantly more spending cuts. You don't defeat the deep state by funding it. Speaking on CNN, the first goal of our budget reconciliation process should be to reduce the deficit. This actually increases. And now she's not the only Republican criticizing the package that would substantially rewrite tax code, expanding tax cuts on high earners, ending the tax on tips and overtime, ending the tax subsidies for clean energy. Yeah, the bill also funds a wall across the border, expands military spending and spending on immigration enforcement, and cuts Medicaid and food assistance in some cases. Senator Rand Paul, another who has criticized the debt increase. Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri has also been outspoken about prospective cuts to Medicaid. So the opposition is significant enough that House Speaker Mike Johnson has hinted it could tank the whole project. It's the Senate and House Republicans together that will deliver this across the goal line, and I encouraged them to make as few modifications as possible, remembering I have a very delicate balance, obviously he's talking about on the House side. Senator Johnson, he says he thinks he have enough allies where they can reshape the bill, making changes, obviously. I think we have enough to stop the process until the president gets serious about the spending reduction and reducing the deficit. Johnson's criticism has been on record for weeks. Speaking earlier in the month at Wisconsin's state Republican convention, he castigated the bill even as most other speakers were calling on the party to unite behind Trump's agenda. But he showed various slides pointing to how the tax policy changes would raise costs. We're mortgaging our children's future. It is wrong. It is immoral. The big, beautiful bill isn't what it's advertised to be, he said at the time. The Congressional Budget Office has estimated it could increase the deficit by $3.8 trillion over the next 10 years. Now, Johnson is rarely aligned with fellow Wisconsin Senator Tammy Baldwin, who's a Democrat. But both oppose this bill, although for different reasons. Baldwin and fellow Democrats criticizing how the legislation might affect programs like Medicaid and food assistance, arguing that Republicans are building tax cuts for the wealthy out of cuts to programs for those in need. Baldwin said she wants tax cuts that help the middle class, and she pointed to her unusual alliance with Johnson. Politics makes strange bedfellows, and if there's a no, I welcome that. I'm a no for a different reason. I think the cuts go way too far. They were put together very hastily and in the middle of the night. They haven't been thought through, and it's going to end up costing average people more. Now, she particularly took aim at the way the proposal cuts low-income health insurance and Medicaid, imposing new work requirements and ending Affordable Care Act tax credits. One analysis shows that more than 228,000 Wisconsin residents could lose coverage under those cuts. Some 8.6 million total Americans could see their coverage affected. All right, so the legislation obviously squeaked out of the House by just one vote. 2 Republicans joining all Democrats in voting against it, 2 more Republicans abstaining, and 1 simply voting president. It faces similar challenges in the Senate. Although the margins are not as slim, Republicans hold the 53-47 majority. So there as few as 4 defectors could prevent the bill from going through. So that's kind of where things stand now. But I thought they were saying, well, let's make some changes. President Trump actually kind of gave his blessing there on Sunday to making some changes. But he said, oh, let's get it done. All right, Cloudboy, got you. Got you back here, yeah.
Thanks, sir. Thanks for reading all that. Kind of throws a different light on it. All I can see is the little waitress at the restaurant or somebody working a little bit of overtime might have a little bit more affordability to buy something extra for his family. And all I can see is the GB, pardon me, you know what I'm trying to say, would go up a little bit, which there's nothing wrong with our GDP going up. And I'm sorry. From what my understanding of what you just said, this kind of, did you not say welfare to work or Medicaid to work program they were kind of against? That goes against their narrative, and that's just that's where I think the Democrats are standing against.
Correct. That was where that's where Tammy Baldwin was against it. She they're all about expanding and offering more. When it comes to the EBT or the food stamp programs, more freebies because they rely on the freebies to get votes. Yes.
One more handout, one more vote they're trying to get. That's all it is. But I heard something really pathetic when I was getting ready to come in tonight. I think it was either on Will Kane or on the 5 on Fox. There's an ignorant bastard, and that's what he is, by the name of Sam Harris. He's got a podcast. Have you ever heard of him, Steve? I haven't.
I have not.
Oh, he had a joke and a joy and a half. He said he would rather have Joe Biden in a coma.
Yeah, I heard that.
Being the president as an evil Donald J. Trump.
Yes.
I don't know. But Sam Harris, kiss my ass. That's just, it's just how people could be so blind is beyond me. But I do have one thing to say about this racing deal. What channel? I couldn't find the Coke 600 on anything. Was this something I had to buy or
it
what?
It was on Prime Television. So if you have an Amazon Prime account, you have access to Amazon Prime TV. But yes, it was if you had to have Prime TV.
One of the few races I would have liked to have watched, and something, Steve, in my opinion, just my opinion, like Trump would say, is not the Coca-Cola 600 one of the biggest races that did not racing start as a rural sport? Rural America, kind of like me, how in the hell? Prime TV? Hell, we got $150 a month in our damn cable bill as is. How much more do we had to buy?
Okay. So
I'm sorry.
So you do have cable, but you don't have Prime TV. All right. That's where it was, and 16 before the hour. I don't know. Let me see. Who we got on board? Is it Mud Runner, Dan? I'm not sure who the heck we got.
Yeah, they call me Mud Runner, named Dan. I'm a long-time listener. Met a gal down in Florence, Kentucky back in '97. And she was a computer specialist, but she used to listen to you guys, and she loved listening about Monkey Gouger.
So what's going on tonight, Mud Runner?
Just got off work there. Wanted to comment on the cameras, driver-facing cameras.
Yes.
I was just curious to know how the all the regulations that we've had has the crash and deaths have any of that changed over the years?
Well, the numbers.
You know what I mean, as far as
the numbers are going in the wrong direction since the implementation of the electronic logging device. 2017, pretty much every year, the crash numbers have been going the wrong direction, and some say that's in part to blame on the ELD and the 14-hour clock that never stops ticking, pushing drivers to run when they otherwise, if it weren't ticking like that, might take a break or need to take a nap. Drivers pushing themselves too much.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think we need to do something different, and what I see out here every day is that they don't understand that physics is not on our side, as far as the general public.
Right.
So when I was 16, I took my driver's ed. They show us the faces of death. They would show us mayhem, what happens when you pull out in front of a semi.
Yep.
So I think that, just regulating us is, when the general public don't understand what it takes to get a truck come down the road.
And as far as the driver-facing cameras are concerned there, Mud Runner, most of it, I mean, I've spoke to a few that actually support it, and that's normally people that are like in the safety department or whatnot, who say we can use it as a training device. If there's a hard braking event, we can see what the driver was doing at that moment, and we can try to educate them to not do these unsafe things. And the other is the insurance industry. Much of this is being pushed. The company's being told, if you'll put the driver-facing cameras in, we'll reduce your rates for the insurance. If you don't, it's going to cost you this much more. And we're seeing more and more companies saying, all right, we want the reduced insurance cost.
Yeah, I think you're right about the insurance. That's driving business now.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But if they really want to prevent this, I think educating the general Joe four-wheeler, on how to act around equipment. It just drives me crazy that we don't change course here and try to do that.
Right.
It's not always our fault. I mean, sometimes it is, but I think the statistics have shown lately that a lot of time it's four-wheeler's fault.
That's been the case historically for decades. One study after another. Typically, it's somewhere the 70 to 80% range. I don't know. I think we can all admit there are more drivers out there behind the wheel. We've been talking about the English proficiency, some of those that aren't trained properly on the H-1B visas and whatnot. Yeah, maybe the numbers are dropping more in favor of truckers being responsible for more, but it's probably along 70% are the fault of four-wheelers versus the truck driver.
Well, that would indicate to me that the public needs educated on how to.
The focus.
Like, you wouldn't see a guy go on a construction site and park behind the bulldozer. You know what I mean? So why are we acting like a fool around the semi? And a lot of, they don't even know what I'm hauling. I'm a fuel hauler. They don't even know what I got. They don't understand why I'm in the gas station.
Well, Mud Runner, I got your number down here for the first-time caller, right? First-time caller, get you a $60 voucher for Hot Shot Secret products.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate what you do, too. Like I say, a long-time listener, and you kept me entertained many a night.
Well, I'm glad you finally took the opportunity to pick up the phone and give us a ring this morning. And don't be a stranger, Mud Runner.
Yeah, a lot of times I'm in and out the day behind because I start on Tuesday, so I'm a day behind listening to you.
Uh-huh. Well, have a safe night out there, and I appreciate your comments. Good to hear from you. We'll be right back.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All right, then it's on to Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, I'm headed back to Memphis there, so I got my camera up there in the window, and it records both sides there. This is a company truck. I don't own this truck. If he wants to put one in it, that's his business there, which I don't have a problem with it. It gives me something to do with my middle finger in the middle of the night there. Every now and then I'll stick up there and just give him a one finger salute just for the heck of it there. But now, I ran into me one day, and you saw the video of it, and it protected me. It saved my job because she run into me. I didn't do anything bad to her, and the cop didn't write me no ticket. He just wanted a copy of the video, so I emailed him one there. He wrote her a ticket there, and that's the last I heard of that. Nothing's on my record about it anyway there. So I've got 3 vehicles. I got a 2000 Ford F-150. I got a 2015 Ford F-150. And I got a 2024 Ford Escape. That's Tennessee car. And every one of them have got cameras, dual cameras, forward and rear facing, so that anybody that runs into me, they're going to know exactly what I was doing behind the wheel of that automobile. Same thing with this truck. They'll know that I didn't have that cell phone in my hand playing with it. But I don't play with it going down the road. If I have to do something to the cell phone, I'll pick my stylus up there and just touch a button on it. One button, and that's it. I don't pick it up in my hand, don't do nothing with it. Just leave it laying down there. That's the best thing for you to do. So, and it's all about the insurance, because I'm married to my insurance agent.
Right.
She'll get on my side in a heartbeat if I'll bring a ticket in. So, matter of fact, she's still in the hospital tonight. They're going to do surgery on her Thursday there. So, is your grandson getting better?
He's going to be fine. He's going to be just fine.
You're going to buy him one of them big scooters so he can jump in cars like Evel Knievel?
Yeah.
I know that's right. Well, he might do that when he gets older there. So, you never know. Well, did you see where President Macaroni there, his wife slapped him in the face trying to get off that plane before he come to the door?
All right, you tell me. Were they just horsing around, or was she knocking the crap out of him?
I don't know, but it made my day there know that the rich and famous have the same problems with the women that we poor folks have, right?
Yeah, and his wife's 72 years old, I think.
Yeah, man. Them women don't put up with crap when they get that old. That made my day. Well, can you spell muffins?
Can I say what?
Muffins, M-U-F-F-I-N-A.
Muffins, right? Muffins, yes.
Yeah. Now spell it backwards. What does it say? Snip them. That's what you do when you take them out of the oven there. Ain't that crazy?
But that's correct.
Yep, absolutely. There, I like taking them hot out of the oven and spreading some butter over the top of them, and then that's what I chow down on as soon as they come out of the. And that's real butter. Ain't none of that one ingredient chai plastic. I can't believe it's not butter. I can believe it's not butter. So, what does a pizza delivery guy and a gynecologist have in common?
I don't know. What is it?
Well, you can both sniff them, but you can't taste them.
You're ate up, Knucklebuster.
That's going to be all of my book for right now. Well, let's say one thing about politics. I think they ought to take every one of them up in Washington, D.C., tie them to a whipping post, and flog the hell out of every damn one of them. I mentioned the other night that the IRS has $4.3 trillion spent that they have no clue where it went, because the auditing, when they audit it, it's gone, but we don't know where it went. And that just makes me wonder, well, you make about $100-something thousand a year and you got several $1 million. I believe they're the ones up there stealing
That's
all of it.
That's where all the money's going, yep. And that's been going on in various branches, including the Pentagon, for decades.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Reports say multiple people have been shot at a Connecticut mall. Waterbury Police Chief Fernando Spagnolo says there are no deaths.
There are several victims suffering from gunshot wounds. They were all transported to local hospitals. Currently, they're being worked on and receiving medical treatment.
Multiple government agencies had joined local police with the investigation. At last check, the gunman is not in custody. The Supreme Court is rejecting a last-minute plea by Native Americans to block a copper mining project in Arizona.
The decision was handed down Tuesday in regards to the project in Oak Flat located in the Tonto National Forest. The nonprofit organization Apache Stronghold made the challenge, saying that the land is sacred and is used to perform tribal ceremonies. Recently, the Trump administration announced its support for the mining project. Justices Neil Gorsuch and Clarence Thomas dissented in the decision, with Gorsuch calling it a grave mistake not to have a closer look. I'm Matt Mattinson.
Small farms are vanishing across the U.S.
Food is a national security issue. If we aren't able to supply the food that we need and our supply chain keeps getting more vulnerable, we become vulnerable to other countries that can sort of hold us hostage over the fact that they can supply our food.
Brian Reisinger's family has operated a small farm in southern Wisconsin for 4 generations. In his book, Land Rich, Cash Poor, he addresses the challenges small farmers face. Reisinger highlights the decline of U.S. farms from 6.5 million a century ago to roughly 1.9 million today. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The unemployment rate may be near a 50-year low, but a new report states the functional employment rate is much higher.
The Ledwich Institute for Shared Economic Prosperity looked at unemployed workers, people who can't find full-time employment, and people stuck in jobs where they can barely afford to live. The report estimates the true unemployment rate is around 24%. That's compared to the 4.2% most recently put out by the Labor Department. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
The summer travel season has begun, and this year there are concerns of airport delays due to a shortage of air traffic controllers. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says he's frustrated as well.
I love airports, but I don't want to spend 4 hours in an airport waiting to see if my flight's going to take off.
It's a nationwide problem. A shortage of air traffic controllers at Austin's airport prompted the FAA to issue a ground stop. More than 150 flights were delayed. Texas cities would be banned from running gun buyback programs under a bill that's getting support in the state legislature. It's supported by gun rights activists.
The communities that we see engage in gun buybacks are the most vulnerable communities, folks who have low income, looking to get some extra cash.
Richard Hayes with the Gun Owners of America. The bill is one of many that pits local governments against the state lawmakers. Republican leadership has spent years trying to rein in big city Democrats. The bill needs one more vote in the Senate before it gets final approval. Millions of Americans are seeing credit scores crater from delinquent student loans.
An analysis by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York shows that credit scores dropped by more than 100 points for over 2 million delinquent student loan borrowers. Scores fell 150 points or more for more than 1 million in the first 3 months of 2025. It's similar to the sharp drop that follows a personal bankruptcy filing. Researchers said about 2 million of those previously had favorable credit scores and would have qualified for car loans, mortgages, or credit cards before the delinquencies were reported. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammographySavesLives.org.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, we roll into another hour. Midweek coming on. Hello, Eskimo Mom. Who says, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, Wednesday, whatever day. 17 days till Flag Day. 37 days till Independence Day. And she's actually counting down till Christmas. Starting the week off with an indie store. Don't know what I'll do when I get back to the yard. Sad to hear about Rick Derringer's passing. He was a wonderful musician. I think that came down here just this past evening. 77 years old. Hang on, Sloopy. Was that him? Anyway, cloudy, 61 degrees, somewhere along the north side of Indianapolis tonight. Hey, Jerry, good morning, everyone. Thanks for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and thank you, Hot Shot Secret, for everything. Don't forget to tell them you love them every chance you get. Hello, Rick in Columbus. I know your Reds pulled off a good win this past day. 7-2, the final score there. Stand at attention. Old Crip Shot in the house. Good morning. Sounding good, Steve? All right, let them roll, drivers. He's saying good morning to several of the listening friends out there. Meanwhile, send your heat wave, I guess. Back to reality. Vacation is over. Morning.
Oh, good morning, senor. Yeah, I tell you what, that was too long a travel, too short a time to enjoy anything. And I think, yeah, I just need to stay out and make more money, and that way I can enjoy myself a little bit with a little more time off. But no, I had to tell you what, the trip down was good. It was 670 miles, and then I had to go another 130 or something from Temple, Texas to Columbus, Texas, and then another 15 from there to watch niece number 1 graduate with 86 kids in her class. They had 88, but 2 of them died during the school year. I don't know what happened there, but it was nice. They had a nice fireworks display. Next day, I went fishing with let's see. No, actually, I visited my uncle, who was a Vietnam vet. And he don't get a whole lot of visitors, so he was real happy to see me. Surprise, surprise, huh? Next day, went fishing with a classmate of mine from high school, and yeah, had a John Deere dealer who lives on that area. Then he went to school with my dad, and yeah, I mean, it was good. It was good. And then Saturday night was niece number 2 of my birth mother's side. And I shared a picture on the Facebook with my nieces. And I swear, I felt like Big Ed out there because I was a head taller than anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, good night. So that was a real nice. That was a long graduation. They had 725 kids.
Okay.
Graduate. Good night. That was big.
So you got to go through. You got to sit through 700 and whatever names being announced. And each one walks across the stage. Oh boy! Oh boy!
Oh yeah. And my niece, well, she was in the S's, so I mean she was near the end, and I made sure she heard me. Just yelled, "Hey, Natalie! Your uncle is here!" People are looking at me. I'm like, I'm just so excited for her. But I mean, you've heard worse stuff out there. And, I checked with her afterwards, and she's like, "Yes, Uncle Neil, I heard you, and I greatly appreciate it." I was like, "Hey, you're welcome." So her father, I was up there in the stands with her father, and he wasn't feeling too good, so he left early. I did visit with the eldest of his children, and so yeah, I mean we really had a really nice visit. I mean it was good to see, the kids, the faces and the voices behind the typing of the messages that I've been sending them and I've been receiving from them. So yeah, it was nice, and they had a drone show.
Oh yeah,
which that was. Wow, that was really neat, the way they got those drones up in the air doing all sorts of maneuvers and whatnot. It's like, yeah, that's a lot of hours worth of programming, I'm sure, because each one had their own little light and each one had their own little pattern. So, yeah, that was good. Sunday, we go to church, have a brunch, and get back to the house, get in the car, stopped at Buc-ee's on the way out. Of course, I've been called a traitor.
Yeah.
by monkey gouger. Look, I understand. Had we drivers not trashed parking lots in the past, had we not urinated on the ground to make it smell so damn nasty during the summertime, and tracked that urine smell into the buildings, had we not left our garbage in the parking lot, or our waste other than urine out there, maybe the people at Buc-ee's would have had a different attitude toward truck drivers. But we were once the shining white knights out here, and now we are what we are, and unfortunately, we got our own bad apples, and we still got bad apples from other countries driving around. So, I respect Gouger. He may have been joking, or he may have been serious about it. And, either way, I respect it. Mm-hmm. It's his opinion. I disagree, but I was in my car.
Right.
Right. And when they're offering gasoline for $1.37 a gallon, well, I didn't find out about that until I didn't buy the car wash. Then it was $2.37, but still, that's not too bad of a price to pay for gas. So, anyways, you're talking about the cameras in the trucks. Well, I shared with y'all the high schooler from Rogers, Texas, that was killed in a car truck accident. They had been stopped. They were in a rental SUV, and there was a car behind them. And this semi come up in a construction zone where the cars were stopped, but apparently he didn't see it, or he was allegedly watching something on YouTube, didn't slow down, and launched the little car, and those people were okay. I mean, they were hurt, but I mean, they weren't like the people in the SUV, which wound up dying because the full weight of the truck and trailer were on top of them. Now, I haven't heard anything officially, but unofficially, They said the person was 27 years of age, that he did not speak English, did not have a license to drive semi, and he was watching a video.
Mm-hmm.
Now, these are the type of people we need out. You know, and unfortunately in Texas, it's not uncommon for a company to have unlicensed drivers change their names, change their DOT number, and come back as something else, but still having the same issues. And I'm sure Texas is not the only state that has this issue, but it seems like with the reports you had about the folks in the Permian Basin, that is an issue that needs to be corrected in one big damn hurry. It needs to be corrected yesterday. June 25th can't get here soon enough for those non-English speaking drivers. They should have done that right when they did their 72-hour brake check last week or week before last, whenever it was. So, well, other than that, going home, I was really dismayed at all of the solar farms that are out there. I mean, once there was great farmland, once there was great pasture land, and now it's nothing but a bunch of reflective lenses. And so my parents says, well, I guess with all these solar power plants, y'all are going to have, your electricity bill is going to be a lot less. And they says, no, that power that they generate does not go to us in the local area. And I said, well, who does it go to? Houston, San Antonio, Austin, Fort Worth, Dallas, everywhere but in the local area. And the same way with the water. They got 2 reservoirs up there, Belton Lake and Stillhouse Hollow Lake. That water is being used by the local communities, and it is also being siphoned to take care of the people in Austin 60 miles away. Now, they've got the Colorado River, they've got the Edwards Aquifer, and they have lakes around them, yet they're taken from the locals and taken, in for themselves. And the locals have to fend for themselves to find another water source. And, the place is growing up so damn fast that they're not thinking ahead. Well, if we can't support these people, how are we going to support those? It's just like having a foreign entity come in using the land that they purchased, using the resources for irrigation, and then when they get done with their product, baling the hay or sending the hogs elsewhere besides here in the States. We're not talking, taking it to Mexico or to Canada. We're talking like those Arabs there that have those highfalutin horses that are real expensive and whatnot. And, well, they need to feed them, but they can't do it in the desert. No, hell no. They got to come out here, buy up the land, use our resources to feed their horses. Or the Chinese with all these damn hog farms that they bought and the places that they used to butcher. Does that meat stay here in the States? No, it does not. It goes over there. But they're using our resources. Now, China is a pretty big country. It's probably, 2 times the size of the States? Or the continental U.S.?
I'd say at least with billions of people.
Yes. Why are we allowing outsiders in the country to use our resources for their needs. It's just like, why are we allowing those inside the country to take away from the locals? I mean, Houston has land around it. I know, I've seen it. Let's put the damn solar panels out that way. Oh, it's going to inconvenience them. Well, you know what? You need to be inconvenienced. Because there's also a group of people that are saying that the solar panels are actually, when they are getting the sun, they're actually radiating a heat, which is affecting local climate. And it could be that might be one reason why some of the storms are a lot worse, a lot stronger than what they would have been had those panels not been there.
Right, because the hot air rises. I actually had a guy here a week or so ago talking about how he thinks some of the wind farms that are up in his area are impacting the weather patterns as well. Yeah, I don't know that they've ever done any research on it. Now, I could see solar panels. Yeah, those acres and acres of the heat radiating. Meanwhile, we got to get a quick time out here. Pappy coming up as we roll into a brand new day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All righty, back at it here, rolling into a brand new day. What's happening, Pappy?
What's up, Steve? Man, I was scared there for a minute. The daggone Bluetooth went out on the cruiser. I'm like, oh boy, this ain't good. I guess I ain't going to be able to loosen the speed. And turn the car off, turn everything off, turn it back on, phone, all that, still nothing. And then got out of the store, got out of the car, went in the store, came back in and started it up, and it's back up and running. So, I don't know. Hey, man, I don't know if Eagle heard. You try to assassinate Putin, what do you think he's going to do, Steve?
He's going to be very pissed off. And that's what Ukraine, I was seeing something about it. They sent 40 drones trying to take down his helicopter or something. They were not successful,
yes, sir.
And he is pissed.
Yes, sir. It's exactly what happened. Dictator Monica Zelensky tried to assassinate Putin, Steve. If you're not going to succeed, You better be prepared for the consequences. You're going to have to ask Vic, because I'm not 100% sure. Vic would probably know this. Steve, I'm pretty sure that's against the Geneva Convention. To assassinate the leader of a country you're at war with. All of the top generals and admirals are all fair game, but I think that's a violation. So if Vic pipes in tonight, if you could jot that down, try to ask him.
Okay.
Not that Monica cares about the Geneva Convention, you know, I mean. Did you hear that story a couple of weeks ago about they were on a train somewhere, and kind of last minute they let a couple reporters come in to take a couple photos, and they gone, Steve. They forgot to get the cocaine off the table. Did you see that?
I did not. No.
Yes, sir. One of the military guys caught it. They already snapped the photo, but also he was trying to cover it up. Saw a video of Monica. Dude, he kept rubbing his nose. Man, you could tell he was jacked up, man. He's a cokehead. So, yeah, man. Actually, Steve, I think Putin wants to get the territory he wants, and he wants this war to stop. That's my opinion. I could be wrong. I don't think he wants to take all of Ukraine. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens here. Hey, as far as cameras in these trucks, Steve, when we got these body cameras, we had to start wearing it at first. Everybody was like, man, I don't know about this. Let me tell you something. These body cameras have saved more officers from false complaints, right? So these cameras, I think, if you're at fault in a crash, you're at fault. It's just that simple. But these cameras could save your ass. Somebody's trying to say, hey, this truck did this, or this truck did this, this truck crossed into my lane and hit me. Well, these cameras might tell a different story. As far as the cameras inside facing the drivers, I mean, you touched on it and the reason for it. Now, I'm telling you what, that truck's parked and it's not operational, and I'm back there sleeping. Whether they tell me that camera's off or not, Steve, there's some black electric tape going over the lens of that camera. No reason for it to be on when that truck's not rolling. Inside the cab, that is. I agree with Eagle there 100%. There's no reason for that. And I wouldn't trust them to say the cameras are off. Wouldn't trust them a bit. So that's my advice, the plowboy. You want to sleep with the curtain open, take some electrical tape, put it over the camera, man. And if they say something to you, then that means that camera was rolling when that car was parked, when that truck was parked. So, but, yeah, I don't know, man. See, there was a lot of times I got complaints on officers. I went back and watched the body camera and called the guy back one time and flat out told him, you're lying, dude. That never happened. Well, and then he started cussing me out, so I just hung up on him.
Right? Yeah, you have a witness, as they say. We got to get a news break.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Reports say multiple people have been shot at a Connecticut mall. Waterbury Police Chief Fernando Spagnuolo says there are no deaths.
There are several victims suffering from gunshot wounds. They were all transported to local hospitals. Currently, they're being worked on and receiving medical treatment.
Multiple government agencies had joined local police with the investigation. At last check, the gunman is not in custody. The Supreme Court is rejecting a last-minute plea by Native Americans to block a copper mining project in Arizona.
The decision was handed down Tuesday in regards to the project in Oak Flat located in the Tonto National Forest. The nonprofit organization Apache Stronghold made the challenge, saying that the land is sacred and is used to perform tribal ceremonies. Recently, the Trump administration announced its support for the mining project. Justices Neil Gorsuch and Clarence Thomas dissented in the decision, with Gorsuch calling it a grave mistake not to have a closer look. I'm at Mattinson.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Okay, get right back at it here. Let me see. I wanted to ask Pappy, what do you think of Bongino's announcement? We're kind of, I guess we're going to dig a little bit more, finally, into the D.C. pipe bomb, the cocaine in the White House, the Supreme Court leak. What do you think?
Well, Steve, he was a big advocate about getting to the bottom of that. I can't remember if the Secret Service investigated that. I'm pretty sure they did. I don't think the FBI got involved in that investigation. I could be wrong. I think it was all Secret Service. Now, I do know if there's an assassination attempt on the president, the Secret Service does not investigate that. They don't do their own in-house investigation. They turn it over to the FBI. So I think that, he probably knows something, Steve. Well, in fact, I think he knew even before he became deputy director. He was so well connected. He knew what the scoop was. He knew who that belonged to. Secret Service knew. They were trying to sweep it under the rug. And it wasn't Hunter's. It was a family member of Biden's, but it wasn't Hunter's. Let's talk about the big bill for a second, Steve. Listen, man, I'm obviously not some big economist here, and I got to kind of trust Trump here. It's just funny how all of a sudden they're coming out of the woodwork about our deficit when they didn't give two craps about it before it passed.
Well, yeah, because it's a $37 trillion as it is.
Yeah, so my thought is they're against Trump. And you came out earlier and talked about DeSantis. He came out and said, what the hell? Congress ain't doing nothing about what DOJ has uncovered. That's because they're all part of the daggone problem. They're all in cahoots. Democrats, Republicans alike. We can't say it enough about draining the swamp and get these corrupt people out of there. Steve, God forbid we lose the House or the Senate in the primary coming up. And yet Trump did come out and say, listen, I'm willing to make some cuts. He don't want none of this BS in there. It's my understanding, I don't know for a fact, Steve, I didn't see the vote count, the official tally that was released. Maybe you can look it up. It's my understanding not one House Democrat, they all voted against that no tax on tips. What's that tell you? If that's true, and that's what I heard. That's other people on some podcasts said that not one House Dem, they wanted that taken out. So I don't know. I gotta trust Trump with what he wants to do. I know he was counting on all this corruption and fraud and waste that DOJ has uncovered to try to make up for some of the spending. I don't know, Steve. I mean, you can't, when you're this far in debt, you can't cut it off all at once. I wouldn't think. You'd have to do it in some increments here. I mean, I agree, man, that we gotta get this spending under control. Well, this country's done, man. It's just going to go bankrupt. That's all there is to it.
Mm-hmm.
You just can't keep spending money you don't have. Again, I'm not an economist. Maybe somebody smarter than me when it comes to this stuff, but it's my understanding that whatever our gross domestic product, whatever the country produces, if we produce $20 trillion worth of stuff, right, that's where we need to be. And we're not producing. Steve, it was just a few years ago. We were at, 23? I mean, we went from 23, what is it, 37 trillion now? in a matter of a couple of years.
Right.
And I think our gross domestic product is still at that 23, 20, 21, maybe right in there. If I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. So we could either do one or two things, cut this deficit, or build this country back up and get our gross domestic product back up to $37 trillion. I hope I'm making sense. I don't know.
And that's kind of what Plowboy was alluding to. He feels like, I mean, if you cut the taxes, people are going to spend more. I don't know. I mean, if you do that, then do you spark more inflation? Because that's kind of what happened with all the trillions of dollars they divvied out in the stimulus checks that caused rampant inflation.
Yeah. You know, one thing that's funny is you got your Bernie Sanders. He's running around with AOC, right, doing all these little. All you hear from him is it used to be the millionaires and the billionaires, but now because he's a millionaire, he leaves the millionaires. The billionaires, they got to pay their fair share. So Trump came out, and you talked about it on your show, saying, listen, these tax cuts, these big corporate companies could do what's right for America and eat these taxes so the American people don't. Right? Do what's right. Don't pass it on to the American people. I think you said Home Depot stepped up and said, we're going to eat it. We're not going to raise our prices. But Bernie is still against all, and Trump's trying, right, to get these corporate billionaires. Listen, maybe y'all can help the country out here, take a little bit of a cut here. We'll work this all out. In the end, we're all going to prosper. So all you can hear from him is Trump is for the rich and blah, blah, blah. This Trump derangement syndrome is just no change in nobody's mind. So, all right, bud, I took enough of your time up. I appreciate you taking the call. Glad I got this Bluetooth working back up. I don't know what the heck I do for a couple of hours here, Steve, if I can't listen to it at work when nothing's happening.
Uh-oh. Boring.
So, yeah. All right, brother. Appreciate it. Everybody hammer down. Be safe.
Have a great morning there, Pappy. I real quick, I mean, so it was Bongino I mentioned investigating, in his words, quote, potential public corruption in 3 well-known cases: the D.C. pipe bombing probe, the cocaine at the Biden White House, and the leak of the Supreme Court Dobbs decision. Taking to X to say that the FBI Director Kash Patel had decided to reopen or push additional resources and investigative attention toward those 3 cases. Shortly after swearing in, the director and I evaluated a number of cases of potential public corruption, understandably, have garnered public interest. I receive requested briefings on these cases weekly, and we're making progress. If you have any investigative tips on these matters that may assist us, please contact the FBI. Then he explained why he and Patel have done only one media interview together since arriving at the FBI. We decided early on to limit our media footprint overall to keep the attention on the work being done. There are both positives and negatives to this approach, which we have chosen to communicate in writing on this platform to fill some of the inevitable information vacuums. I try to read as much as your feedback as possible, but the workday is busy, and my office is a sensitive compartmented information facility, aka SCIF, with limited phone access. In response to feedback, both positive and negative, from our interview last week, we will be releasing more information which will further clarify answers to some of the questions that were asked in the interview. Now, I mentioned the wording, public corruption. Yeah, the Blaze Media contributor and investigative reporter Steve Baker noted there's something kind of curious about Bongino framing the cases as instances of potential public corruption, particularly with regard to the case of the pipe bombs. He says it's not public corruption if it was, say, MAGA behind it, if it was Antifa, if it was Black Lives Matters, if it was the Oath Keepers or the Proud Boys or the 3% militia, something like that. It's only a public corruption case if they believe that it's an inside job by, say, the Capitol Police, the Metro Police, the FBI, or even the Secret Service. On their website, the FBI uses the term public corruption in references to violations of federal law by public officials at the federal, state, and local levels of government. Now, Baker downplayed the possibility that the public corruption framing was the result of careless wording, suggesting that Bongino, in all likelihood, can't even type out a single post on X without going through general counsel. He also said that if one or more of the cases had been closed, the Bureau should have said as much and disclosed its conclusions to the public. For them to say that they're reopening the case implies that the FBI closed it, that there's not an ongoing case. Therefore, they should have told the American people they didn't or couldn't solve the case. Now, he indicated the FBI signaled as recently as January that the investigation into the pipe bomb case was still alive. On the 4th of January, the Bureau announced that the $500,000 reward for information pertaining to the bomber remained in effect. Now, according to Axios, the case remains unsolved even after the FBI assessed over 600 tips and conducted over 1,000 interviews. But that was, the one thing where it stood out to me, that it's not public corruption. If it were any of those various, what they want to reference as radical groups, Antifa, BLM, Oath Keepers, Proud Boys, it's public corruption if it's some sort of an inside job. And we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
And we are back. And Philip, good morning. Off to work we go.
I'll tell you what, buddy, that's been one heck of a last 24 hours for me, man, between the Starship and Rick Derringer passing away. I mean, it's been crazy. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing well. Thank you very much. Happy Hump Day.
Yes, sir. Same to you. Hump Day. The Starship thing, I tell you what, that was a heck of a launch. Too bad they lost the booster on the way back, and then they lost the ship in itself up there after things went crazy. But I think they got a lot of data and what they needed to get. And remember that old saying, this is a test, just a test.
Mm-hmm.
This one's compliments of SpaceX and Elon Musk. So, I mean, I think they learned a lot and what was going on. And
well, I mean, am I correct? Am I correct in my thinking that in this case, the Starship, the top stage, made it a whole lot further, that it actually made it like all the way over to the Indian Ocean, correct?
No, it didn't.
No?
It actually fell apart above the Indian Ocean. It went through the plasma, and the plasma ate it up like it did last time and the time before. The problem they're having is re-entry now, and that's something that they're working on. This is a new style of ship that they're working on with different tile systems and different things going on with the shielding on it to get it back to Earth. Okay. So it's something that they're working on. They're figuring it out. Rome wasn't built in a day, and it's something that you got to deal with, Right. I mean, it's part of testing, and we got to get this out of the way before we start putting people on there, because you don't want somebody on there and that happen. We've seen that with Columbia. When your shielding on your vehicle isn't correct, and you're re-entering and you got that plasma eating it up like a cutting torch cutting it up, there is nothing you can do. You've got to. It's part of the deal coming back. Getting up there is the easy part. It's the coming back part that's the tough thing, and coming back in one piece. So, I mean, look at all those capsules that they send up and they come back, and, when they take off, they're all nice, pristine white, and, beautiful. And then when they come back, they look like somebody incinerated them. Mm-hmm. So, but they learned a lot. I've got to I didn't actually see it until this morning when I woke up. I had set up the iPad and was watching it while I was laying down a bit, and I fell asleep with the iPad on. So wife came and turned the iPad off, put it on the side bench beside the bed. I was like, okay. But I got up and watched it this morning. I still got to see if they deployed the satellite, because they had a test article in there they were going to try to deploy. I don't know. Have you seen anything about that, Steve?
I'm not up to speed on that. No, sir.
Yeah, so that's it's one of them things. I mean, you're just going to be testing. Test until you get it right. I mean, it was great that they reused the booster. They actually had one engine on the booster that had flown 3 times, which was good, because now you know about how you can service an engine, how you can take care of it, get it back up there and make it reusable. So the reusability of the vehicle it's starting to show up more. And you're going to hear that term, what they use it, Steve, that term called fluid, that this is real fluid, this situation. I mean, that's how it is with testing. They have so much stuff going on at one time. You can't point your finger at one thing. It's take the data, evaluate it, and then move on. So now, getting on to Rick Derringer. Steve, you guys in Ohio should be very proud. Y'all, that Rick Derringer came from Ohio.
Yes.
He was proud of his heritage from being from that state. I had the pleasure of being a friend of his, and he, my neighbor down the street from me, I've been a musician since I was 12 years old, and my neighbor down the street from me was a drummer. I met him in 2004. In 2005, I had a gig in Jacksonville, and he told me, he said, hey, come on over here. Rick Derringer's playing this bar, and we'll hook up with him, and you can meet him and stuff. And I'd always wanted to meet Rick. and I met him, and just a heck of a nice guy. Really appreciated life and really appreciated the people that watched him and stuff. I mean, there's just, I can't say much. I can't say anything bad about the fellow at the time I knew him. He helped me out musically. There's things that I learned on guitar that I learned from Rick Derringer. He showed me, and he took time to, talk to you and say and tell you things. And everybody will know him as a guitar player, as one of the great guitar players in the world. But if you look at him as the total deal, he did a 3-piece band, and he sang, and he did everything. I mean, he played rhythm, he sang, he actually played lead guitar. So can you imagine doing all that stuff, Steve, while you're up there entertaining somebody?
Right.
I mean, that's a lot.
Wow. Yeah.
And a lot of people don't know that, and there wouldn't be a lot of folks out there. I mean, Steve, you like Weird Al Yankovic?
Not necessarily a big fan. He's kind of goofy, but yeah, I guess he's talented, actually.
Okay, well, there wouldn't be a Weird Al Yankovic if it wasn't for Rick Derringer. Rick Derringer produced his his parody albums that he did all through the years.
Yeah, right.
And those early ones. Do you like Cyndi Lauper?
She's all right. She had a few decent songs over the years.
Okay, well, one of her big songs was Time After Time. He produced that album.
Yeah.
We all know him for Rock and Roll Hoochie Coo. Rock and Roll Hoochie Coo was originally written for Johnny Winter. And who charted it, though? Rick Derringer did. Did you like the song Frankenstein from Edgar Winter, Steve?
Yes, I did like that one.
Okay, a funny story about that song. The reason why that song is named Frankenstein is because, you remember this, Steve, back in the day we used to record on tape. We didn't record on a computer. We recorded everything to a 2-inch tape, and then we spliced it to get the right parts together.
Yep.
Well, that song, the tape was so spliced so terribly and taped together so much, it looked like Frankenstein, and that's why they named the song Frankenstein. The song originally was called The Drum Song. Edgar Winter did it. So, just a lot of neat little things that came out of Rick's life. And I know he's going to be, put up on a deal with a lot of guys. I mean, Joe Bonamassa has already touched base on X and a bunch of other players. And he helped a lot of folks, and I really appreciate my time with him. I really do. I know that back in the earlier days, he was really hard on a lot of folks. And don't take that personal, folks. If you had an encounter with Rick Derringer and he wasn't too happy with you, he sat down and explained to me one time that it was a lot of drug-induced stuff happening, if you know what I mean.
Gotcha. All right. Well, hey, let me pause there quickly.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Reports say multiple people have been shot at a Connecticut mall.
Around 4:40 p.m., Waterbury police were dispatched to the Brass Mill Center Mall on a report of a disturbance. When officers arrived, they found victims from a shooting.
Waterbury Police Chief Fernando Spagnolo says there are no deaths.
There are several victims suffering from gunshot wounds. They were all transported to local hospitals. Currently, they're being worked on and receiving medical treatment, and there are no fatalities at this time.
Multiple government agencies have joined with local police in this investigation. U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff says a ceasefire hostage deal is on the table, and he's urging Hamas terrorists to accept this.
In comments made to CNN, Witkoff said the deal would see the release of half of living hostages and half of those who died in exchange for a ceasefire, which would lead to talks to end the war in Gaza. He didn't say how long the ceasefire would be for, but added Israel is in favor of the deal. Witkoff said Hamas has not accepted it, and a report from Reuters earlier Monday on a potential deal Hamas terrorists reportedly agreed to was not his proposal. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The company that hosts President Trump's social media platform is going big into Bitcoin.
Sarasota-based Trump Media and Technology Group says in a news release that it will offer $1.5 billion in stock and borrow another $1 billion to create a Bitcoin treasury. CEO Devin Nunes says the cryptocurrency will help Trump Media avoid harassment by financial institutions and help with future plans that include subscription payments. Trump Media and Technology operates the Truth Social platform and the Truth Plus streaming service. I'm Gordon Bird.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 740 points. The S&P 500 rose by 118 points. The Nasdaq gained 461 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
So we paid $500 million to World Health when I was here, and I terminated it.
The U.S. and Argentina are launching what they call an alternative international health system.
It comes after both nations have moved to withdraw from the World Health Organization. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. issued a joint statement with Argentina's Minister of Health discussing their respective nations' decision to withdraw from the Global Health Authority. President Trump had started the process of withdrawing during his first term, but former President Biden reversed the move before it took effect. I'm Brian Shook.
A new study ranks Utah as the state with the worst nurse shortage in the nation.
The study found that Utah has just over 1,300 nurses per 100,000 residents. The national average is 2,057 per 1,000 people. The report used data from the National Council of State Boards of Nursing. Utah was directly followed on the list by Washington, Georgia, Wyoming, and Maryland. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
A new study found that stress from work could be affecting your dog at home.
The research shows that dog owners who stress about work-related issues off the clock have pets who also show signs of stress. With the study, researchers surveyed 85 dog owners to measure job stress and how often they think of work in their free time. Those owners were asked how stressed they thought their dogs were while tracking behaviors that are tied to canine stress, like whining, pacing, and restlessness. The study concluded that owners with high-stress jobs had dogs who showed more stress-related behavior. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Brand new day underway, crossing over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Wednesday. Let me get back and let Philip have a chance to finish up there. You kind of reminiscing about the musical world.
Yeah, Derringer, like I said before we went in the break here, a lot of folks had some hard, he wasn't a nice guy all the time. And I sat down with him one time and we were talking about that. And I said, what was the deal with you back in the 70s and the 80s? A lot of people said that you're a really hard guy to hang out with and whatnot. He said, I was. He said, because, when you get into that bit, being that big and stuff, that there's a lot of things that come into play. I mean, Happy touched on it earlier with cocaine and stuff. I mean, there's a lot of things that, happen. And he told me, he said, I was not in the right mind back in those days in some instances. He said, because I was being drug around from place to place. Mm-hmm. And he said, you're not always happy. Everybody thinks you want to be this happy-go-lucky guy. And you can't be always that happy-go-lucky guy. Sometimes you're a pain in the butt, And he said, I was that way with some people. And he apologized to a lot of those people. A lot of people, he could never do it. But the big thing what I appreciated about Rick was with the Lord. And I know he was with the Lord when he passed away night before last. I mean, because the last 15 years, he talked about it all the time and he preached. He really was with it. And I even actually sent Rambler a message about it and told him, I said, dude, this dude was with the Lord. He's a hard Christian guy. I mean, he changed some of the words on some of his songs because he just could not handle, he realized that he just really wasn't really respectful for the, with the words being the way they were in some of his songs. But he was a good guy and he did a lot of amazing things. He helped me a lot, Steve. There's a lot of stuff on guitar that when I met him, I believe it was about 2005, if I'm thinking right. I learned more stuff watching that guy and him showing me stuff than I had learned in 10 years. there's times in my musical career that I've met certain musicians that I've learned things from. But when you sit down and they sit down and take the time and talk to you about things and say, hey, I did it like this, or I did this like that, you know, and that's when the respect comes out, you know. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate everybody having me, and everybody be safe out there. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right. Well, that's interesting to actually, have one of our friends that had a personal relationship with that guy. I mean, I was somewhat familiar. Like you said, everybody knew the rock and roll hoochie coo, and I remember the McCoys. But all right, I got another friend we don't hear from all that often these days, but Kingpin sent me an email here a little bit earlier. Under the heading Old Road Dogs Go to Heaven. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive family. First, let me say I'm sure glad to hear your grandson, Avery's okay. Our grandkids are such a blessing, and that little guy's quite the character. He introduced himself and let me know who he was as soon as we got on the bus to go to the ship, going back on our last cruise there. But I wanted to say we've lost 2 drivers this year. Actually, both of these guys were my driver trainers many years ago. A guy by the name of Tom Burden, Burden, who passed away in February at 77. At his residence, surrounded by his family, Tom was born in 1947, Lima, Ohio. A 1966 graduate of Lima Senior High School, he then joined the U.S. Army, where he proudly served during the Vietnam War from 1967 until 69, was the recipient of several citations and 2 Purple Hearts. Tom spent his entire career working as a CDL driver with the Lind Trucking Company, retiring in 2009 after 35 years of dedicated service. And Craig Rohn, who passed away just a few days ago. He was 73. Craig passed away on the 24th of May at his residence in Dale Hollow Lake, Tennessee. Also born in Lima, Ohio. March of 1952, he was a farmer, business owner, truck driver, member of the 2 Million Mile Club with over 2 million miles on the road without an incident for Lind Industrial Gases. He enjoyed conversation. He knew no strangers. He loved to help his friends and neighbors, and he's remembered for his willingness to do anything for anyone. Personally, Steve, it's sad to see these older generation of drivers passing on. I just wanted to say I'm glad to have known them and will always remember their stories and the good times we shared. Everybody stay safe out there and take time out for your friends and family. This old life is short. And thanks for what you do, Steve. Blessings for you and your family. All right, Kingpin, thank you so much for the update there. I'm glad to hear you're still out there tuned in now and again. Oh, let's see. Who we got?
The Indiana Transplant Fat Man.
All right. The Indiana Transplant. Did you say Fat Man?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Oh, goodness. I've been listening to you a long time. I got to meet you back when you were peddling the hamburgers a long time ago at Franklin, Ohio.
Yeah.
And, oh, yeah.
That was the
but I was
big ass sandwiches.
Oh yes, they were very tasty, and that's why I'm the fat man. So I was just went to talk about the cameras. I worked for a company before that had they put 4 different cameras in our trucks, and a lot of them have the buttons on. So if you want, just hit the buttons. Your safety personnel have to watch that. And for 4.5 hours one time, up to South Bend, Indiana, I hit it, and we talked about religion, sex, a whole bunch of things. And when my safety guy came up from Tennessee, he didn't want to talk to me about it.
How about that?
Because he had to watch 4.5 hours.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Oh, yeah. But then also the newer one that they put in, it's AI that they have, and it records the voice and everything. But the newer generation, it's AI. If you don't have both your hands on the steering wheel, it reports you, and it gives you like a scorecard and stuff. And if you're drinking out of a cup, I got out of that company, and I'm glad I don't have a camera facing me anymore.
Wow. Okay. Pretty interesting. So I wasn't familiar with the thing. So you were kind of doing like the turnaround is fair play by making them have to watch all that video and spend all that time, right?
Oh, yes. They were not happy with me, but I got a wild hair up my wazoo, and then coming back from South Bend back to Cincinnati, I hit it for another 5 hours, and we had very good conversations.
Yeah, wow. That's funny.
Oh, goodness. But that's about all I wanted to harass you about, and I'm a first-time caller.
I see that, yes.
On this one.
I see that. Yes, indeed. I got your number here. So we've got, that's 2 first-time callers this morning. Great to hear from you. And you know what's...
Well, I do appreciate it.
You know what's really odd? You have the same area code and the same last 4 digits as Pappy has in his phone number. Only thing different is those. How about that?
Well, I enjoy listening to Pappy, so it's a good thing. Maybe I have the last 4 digits. So.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. But, yeah, I moved, unfortunately and unfortunately over to Indiana, and now I'm trying to start a whole different life over there, so it's been fun.
Well, that's great to hear from you. So that's why he's the Indiana transplant fat man. Yeah, I had to do a double take when I looked up at the screen. I saw the area code and I saw the last 4 digits, and I said, that's Pappy. But oddly enough, Pappy was on hold. The only thing different was, like the first actual 3 numbers of the phone number. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
sounded rather interesting this past day that we're all familiar with Rasmussen, the polling group. For the first time in its 29-year polling history, Rasmussen shows that 50% of the country believes America is on the right track, compared to 45% who say we're on the wrong track. Rasmussen's Mark Mitchell announcing via X, "Holy crap, it happened." For the first time in our polling history, a majority says the country is on the right track. He went on to say, "Don't F it up, Republicans." Rasmussen first began tracking the right track, wrong track number almost 20 years ago in 2006. Rasmussen reported the specific numbers on X, stating, as you can see, this is not a one-night aberration. Rather, it's a tracking poll that averages the last 5 days. Previous right track record high was 48%. Now, this comes as no surprise. If you look at our country's history going back to 2006, there was no reason for optimism. In 2006, we were mired in Iraq. Then there was the Katrina issue. Then in 2008, Barry Obama and his languishing economy and racial division entered the White House. Then in 2016, Donald Trump entered office under a media-manufactured cloud of Russian collusion, and then left office in a country dealing with race riots and COVID fascism. Now, don't even get me started on the dreadful years of Biden that followed. Millions of illegals destroying our cities, men cheating in women's sports, disgusting attempt to normalize sexual fetishes, the Afghanistan withdrawal. Trump's 2024 return has changed everything. He won big time, he's firmly in control, and fearlessly executing the agenda he was elected to implement. He's rosy about America's future. He loves his country, and he's not afraid to show it. He's deporting illegals, removing perverts from the military, attacking institutional anti-Semitism in places like Harvard. In Trump, people see leadership. People see optimism. Above all, people are no longer fooled by the fake media. They see a man in charge working hard to make America great again. That gives voters confidence in the future, especially when they already see the results in trade deals and lower energy prices. Now, Rasmussen is not the only pollster who reflects this optimism. In the Real Clear Politics average poll of right track, wrong track polling, things are dramatically moving in the right direction. November of 24, 63% of Americans said we were on the wrong track. 26% said we were on the right track. That's a 37-point negative difference. Today, there's only a 7-point negative difference. 44% saying we're on the right track, 51% saying wrong track. But again, that's the Real Clear Politics average. I guess they lump together all the varying polls out there, but that's quite a 37-point swing there. All righty, what do we have? Brain Dead, I believe. Good morning.
Morning there, Steve-O. Hey, real quick on this whole camera deal. We have those in our trucks, and the inward-facing cameras. And like Knuckle Buster said, it doesn't really bother me. It doesn't really affect me none because I'm not on my cell phone going down the road. But when you honestly step back, stop and look at it, these defense attorneys will find anything they can to nail you with a nuclear verdict. And a lot of these companies are going to them because they can go, no, I'm sorry, Mr. Attorney, my driver was not picking his nose and looking at that bright, shiny Peterbilt when your vehicle slammed into the back end of them. So, I mean, it does help protect you on either side. And I do see the other side of the argument about the harassment from management, because we get the same thing too. Oh, well, you didn't have your seatbelt on while backing into this dock. Well, yeah, but look at the dock setup. There's no way that I can do this. And the way these seatbelts are, no matter how hard you try to release it, it keeps tightening up and choking you out. And to the point where, okay, do you try to hit the wall over here, the trailer, or do you take the seatbelt off and try to get into the dock? And a lot of times they will throw a lot of these out too. If it's frivolous or whatnot, they'll just throw it away. But they have some sort of AI filter that catches, like what that last guy said about not having the hands on the steering wheel or whatnot. But I see ours is not that sensitive to where it's the whole, okay, well, you're taking a sip of drink, shame on you. Dingbat has that in hers, but I don't have it in mine. So, So anyway, buddy. All right. We ran out of racing stuff yesterday. You ready for some college football stuff today?
Now you're counting down the days. How many weeks we got left?
Well, I'll take my socks and shoes off right now. I haven't been really counting that hard right now.
Okay.
I'll go back and update that. So, no. Let me hit on the whole NIL thing. This has kind of been a big thorn in everybody's side. Now, remember I said last time about the whole house settlement? Remember all this?
Right.
Okay, well, this settlement should be coming down sometime in the next few weeks. And it's going to be interesting to pay attention to. If you're a fan of college sports, and if you know that person, pay attention to this, because this is going to be a big, major overhaul of college sports. Now, she's supposed to issue her decision. Now, the prominent item is in how the enforcement from the NCAA will work, as the NCAA will no longer be in charge of traditional enforcement. Now, they're going to be putting in a CEO in place. Now, the CEO will have the enforcement power. That will have the final say-so on punishment and deciding what rules have been violated, as the NCAA has struggled to enforce those rules over the years. And now the CEO will be very swift after that ruling, and the powerful commissioners will be spearheading this CEO. Now, this pick is going to be one of the most powerful and influential people in all of college sports. So while the hiring process has not started yet, the search must start now before the football season starts in August the 30th. So now the CEO will face all kind of college sports in this era. Now, sources have said that this person is expected to come out of a college athletics, but not be a household name to all college sports fans. And I like that idea. I really do, because you're coming up on a break, right?
Yeah, we are. So you're saying this is supposed to be someone that's influential, but I may or may not even know who they are? Is that pretty much? Yeah, hold the thought there. Yeah, we'll get a news break coming up. You've probably by now seen some of the videos. One of the incredible wonders of nature, a breathtaking display of nature's power, where Hawaii's Kilauea volcano erupted on Sunday. And this was quite the eruption. The Geological Survey reported that 2 lava plumes began developing from vents on the volcano and started off as thin jets of lava erupting from the north vent that became sustained. And ultimately, we had lava shooting up more than 1,000 feet in the air. An incredible sight. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Reports say multiple people have been shot at a Connecticut mall. Waterbury Police Chief Fernando Spagnuolo says there are no deaths.
There are several victims suffering from gunshot wounds. They were all transported to local hospitals. Currently, they're being worked on and receiving medical treatment.
Multiple government agencies had joined local police with the investigation. At last check, the gunman is not in custody. The Supreme Court is rejecting a last-minute plea by Native Americans to block a copper mining project in Arizona.
The decision was handed down Tuesday in regards to the project in Oak Flat located in the Tonto National Forest. The nonprofit organization Apache Stronghold made the challenge, saying that the land is sacred and is used to perform tribal ceremonies. Recently, the Trump administration announced its support for the mining project. Justices Neil Gorsuch and Clarence Thomas dissented in the decision, with Gorsuch calling it a grave mistake not to have a closer look. I'm at Mattinson.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, welcome back. So we left off there talking about the whole NIL thing, name and likeness, which to some extent I feel is killing college football. But so somebody, they're going to pick somebody to be in charge that has lots of influence on the game, but may not be a household name. I mean, are there some names kind of floating around?
That's the whole thing. We don't know who.
Okay.
They say they're familiar with college sports, but it's not a household name. It could be like Don Tyson, and yes, it's that Tyson from Tyson Foods.
Okay.
Don Tyson was one of the ones that helped get Calipari from Kentucky. Kentucky. Yeah, that's right, Kentucky. I gotta remember that part. But no, they saying this is going to be a seven-figure a year job, and for me personally, it should not be a seven-figure a year job. It should be, more of a high six-figure a year, because you're not really doing anything. I mean, there's all the little peons below you that do that. Now, there we go. Now, all these institutions have got to sign an agreement that says that they're going to abide by all the rules, and this is really going to be the interesting part. Now, the CEO will enforce all of the governance and make sure that model is very sound. This is very critical for college sports and football. Now, the CEO is going to appoint a board of directors, which is expected to be the power conference commissioners. I do not like that whatsoever. If you want a good board of directors, get somebody that is not familiar with college sports. If you want to run it like a business, bring in business people. That's my opinion. Now, they have set up the software, and the accounting firm of, I can't pronounce his name, Deloitte. Now, the accounting firm of Deloitte has been lined up to handle the salary cap management and be a clearinghouse for all the name and image likeness. Now, that is a good thing. I do kind of agree with that. I do agree with that. But now the NCAA is not quite out of the picture. Now, they will deal with academics and eligibility requirements. Now, the vision of the CEO will sculpt the landscape of how all college sports go forward and each power positions. So basically, the school signs the agreement, follows all the rules. Now, of course, all this is in the draft stages. The CEO will do the fines and the penalties. Now, the thing is, though, the school can challenge the fine or the penalty. Now, there also needs to be one other thing here, too, because if they're going to model this as the NFL, the baseball, whatever, they need to have an arbitration process that when these cases end up in arbitration, there are procedures that will govern this process. This is something the NCAA didn't have. Now, however, though, there's one other thing here. They are going to have Congress to create the framework for the legal system to get rid of all these patchworks of the state laws. Now, this is the thing, though. The enforcement has been very torn in the side of the NCAA for many years. Few coaches have seen this happen. Case in point, I can think of a few cases right now, but my brain's kind of fuzzy right now. So anyway, Now, Ryan Day from Ohio State said that for many years they've been going sideways, and this is a good thing that they are doing this, because when they set a rule, there needs to be a structure where they can enforce the rules on and off the field. Now, supposedly, and I'm using the air quotes here, folks, supposedly the salary cap will be $20 million for football and $40 million, well, $20 million for basketball, $40 million for football. But there's so many questions here going forward. It's really coming down to getting all the parts and pieces together, because like you said, we're only 3 months away from college football season or thereabouts.
Yep.
Yeah. So, but they're only focusing on two sports: basketball, football. Well, what about baseball, softball, track and field, gymnastics?
Right.
There's more than just basketball and football.
All the other athletes are going to say, well, where's my piece of the action? Where's my cut of the pie? Now, granted, I guess if Luke were still wrestling for the Illini, he could say, I took the Illini to an NCAA championship in wrestling. It's what's my cut?
Well, whatever his cut is, I want 20% of it. You can take the other 20%, right?
There you go. Yeah, I wonder if he's actually getting anything out of it. I know when he won here a few weeks ago that they were selling "Bird is the word" T-shirts, and we all had our Bird T-shirts with the Fighting Illini on them. All right, it's 844-844-3388. CF Eagles hanging in there. Are you still with us, Eagle? Affirmative. That is a no-go. Hello, Carl.
Good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Just wanted to get into the driver-facing cameras just for a second. I drive 650 miles round trip every day, okay? And so I do that Monday through Friday, so that comes to about a total of 3,200 miles. And if I do it on Saturday, it's only because I have enough hours to do it in.
Mm-hmm.
And if I don't have enough hours to do it in, then I don't do it. And the company I work for is always upset about that. Okay, they're always upset about it if I don't have enough hours to run. It's like it's a mystery or something to them, I have to just say, check your ELD, and see what's going on. Okay, that's your business, But as far as the driver-facing cameras go, yeah, I did get a call one time after I had ran 6 days, and that's a total of 3,900 miles, okay, for the week. All right? So the manager, he says to me, as soon as my feet hit the ground after I turn off the ignition, because he's watching me on the satellite, and he knows where I'm at, and so he knows I'm about to go home. And so he gives me a call. And he says, we got a video on you last night about 2:30 a.m. You were in Alabama, and you were coming down the highway. It looked like you were holding it in the road, but it looked like you were a little bit drowsy. And I immediately I just started, oh, man, I'm about to go off on this guy. Okay. So he says, are you tired? Was you tired? And I said, hell yeah, I was tired. I'm a truck driver, okay? When was the last time you drove 3,100 miles in 6 days? All right, I just went off on the guy. And I said, listen, I'm not going to take this from you. It's my off-duty time right now, and you do whatever you want to do. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't have no accident. I didn't get no ticket, and there was nobody around me. And you can see that on your video if you want. okay, because I remembered that I was not. He said, well, I got the video, yeah, and it didn't look like anybody was around you and all that stuff. You know, and I said, yeah, I didn't get an accident, and I come from the old school of drivers anyway, okay, that says that if you drove a day, you know, if you drove a day or a week and you didn't have an accident or you didn't get a ticket, then you had a dadgum good day, okay? So I'm not going to pull with you anymore about this, and I'm just about done with you, okay? And so he says, yeah, okay, all right, and I'll send this back to the safety department, and we'll see what they say. And I said, yeah, we'll see what they say, all right, you know, and that's fine and dandy. I'm going home. And so that was that for that. But, yeah, they pick and choose who they want to harass on these cameras. And I've drove for this same company after that little thing there. And, yeah, there have been some videos, again, that pop up. And I just say, well, what are you going to do? What are we going to do about it? You know, it's like that, you know, because there's no incident involved, but they want to call it an event. I said, that's not an event, okay? You're calling it an event because you want to call it an event. It's not an event. And you know, they just want to pick and choose who they want to harass on those cameras about that deal right there. And yes, when I do stop the truck, and this is what I do, I just put that visor down, that passenger seat visor. Okay, there's some visor. I put it down over the camera, and therefore I don't need to use any tape or anything like that. I just put it down over there, and then when I get ready to drive again, I put it back up, and I'm ready to drive. Okay, so I don't get in any trouble about trying to block the camera or anything. But, yeah, every single truck is different, too, on the sensitivity on those cameras. And so if I get in a different truck, I have to immediately start getting used to the way the camera is going to operate with me, because it's got that AI on it, okay, that artificial intelligence. It's got that on it, and it's going to monitor you differently in each truck that you get into. So it's unfair. It's discriminatory in that manner, because if you drive and you have to drive in another truck, okay, then you're going to have to figure that one out, okay? But before you figure it out, it could already have you terminated as far as their policies go and whatever. And yes, I have seen several drivers get terminated, and then you ask them how did this happen, and yeah, it's them dadgum cameras, you know. And because they do points on you for that. The companies, they put a point system on you for doing that. And you don't even have to have anything to do with the police or anything, you know. You're accident and ticket free, and then you're going down the road, and you're not even having an incident with anybody else or anything, but this camera gets you fired. You know, it's bad. It's just a bad system, and it shouldn't be allowed. You know, it's just bad. I just can't believe that they're doing this. But you know, in case of an accident, yeah, it may exonerate you. I don't know if it would or not, really, totally. It would have to be something special if it exonerated you. You know, but I understand it could exonerate you. But most of the time, it's a way to get rid of drivers. That's what it's for. You know, it's to get rid of drivers, the drivers that they don't want to have, the drivers they don't get along with, and the things that you come up, you ask for pay that you're supposed to get, okay, and you don't get that pay, then they'll try to get rid of you somehow, and they use these cameras to do it. But I just thought I'd bring that up to you. but it's really a bad thing, and I don't go for it. I don't go for the cameras at all. I never thought I'd get used to it to be able to drive for this company for nearly 6 years right now, and I could be fired tomorrow on account of this stupid camera. But you know, you never know when something's going to pop up. You know, it's stress, big time stress. And I'm so glad that I'm close to retirement. Okay, and I can't make it to 67. I'm not going to make it till 67 doing this job. I might make it another year, and I'm 63 right now here in June. I'll be 63, and I'll be turning 64, you know, next year. And I hope to get out of this seat, get out of the truck driving for good by 64, and maybe a little bit later by December of next year. Not this year, but next year. Thank you for taking my call, Steve. Appreciate it.
All right, Carl, appreciate the input. So in his mind, it's an additional stress factor, knowing you got the camera facing you. Stress. One thing you don't need additional. Yeah, you've got enough stresses out there just dealing with the idiots driving around you, right? Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, as we head down the home stretch for another hour here, lines available at 844-844-3388. It's like horse feathers. No work tonight. All right, so Guess we'll have to have some sort of a horse feathers impersonator. Hey, Mike, what day is it? Got an email from Moonrunner here a few minutes ago. Heads up, he says, Steve, I-40 westbound at the I-30 split in North Little Rock. Shut down, got a semi on its side blocking the entire westbound lanes. All right, so the detour is I-30 west to I-630 west to I-430 north, then back to 40 west. Not sure how lengthy that detour is, how much time that's going to set you back. He said, I have not heard anything about if the driver was hurt or not. But, okay, just a heads up there, again, in North Little Rock. All right, a couple minutes here. Let me talking about autonomous trucks. Many state houses around the country looking at banning autonomous trucks that have no one in the vehicle to maybe take over in the event of an emergency, right? There's Nevada. In the state of Nevada, there is a bill that continues to move forward that would outlaw driverless trucks and buses. Senator James Orangecoal of Las Vegas behind the bill that would prohibit autonomous trucks with a gross vehicle weight or combined weight exceeding 26,000 pounds from being tested or operated on a highway without a human operator present who holds a CDL. This is the trend around the country, you see. Senate Bill 395 would require the driver to be trained in operating and shutting off the truck and to be capable of taking immediate manual control if necessary. Although the 2035 sunset date, so 10 years, the rules would also apply to buses carrying more than 8 passengers. Following a bill hearing last week, the Assembly Growth and Infrastructure Committee voted to advance the Senate-approved bill without recommendation. Speaking at the hearing, Tommy Blitch of the Teamsters said state action is necessary on autonomous truck testing and deployment due to the federal government's inaction on the issue. As a result, it is incumbent on the legislature to act accordingly, taking steps to protect Nevadans, instead of allowing the state's roadways to become the Wild West test track for automated vehicles. Nevada Trucking Association CEO Paul Enos said his group opposes the autonomous trucks bill. We talk a lot about safety. We would not deploy this kind of technology if it wasn't safe, he says. He said passage of this bill would damage the state's reputation as being at the forefront of technology and innovation. Of course, Orangecoal said this is not anti-technology. It expires September 20th of 2035. It could be by that time things will have progressed to a point where as a legislature we don't feel there needs to be a human operator backup. In my opinion, and for many of the stakeholders I've talked with, that is not today. So at this point, the bill waits consideration on the floor. There's also legislation, New York and Texas, 2 other states, discussing autonomous trucking. 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more. All backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Multiple people have been shot at a Connecticut mall. Details are sparse at this point, but police say it happened around 4:40 in the afternoon at the Brass Hill Center in Waterbury, Connecticut.
There were 5 victims that were struck by gunfire here. They were all transported to local area hospitals where they received treatment. Thankfully, currently, there is no fatal issue with this particular incident.
Fernando Spignolo, the Waterbury Chief of Police. Week 3 of the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial in Lower Manhattan kicked off with startling testimony from a former employee.
Capricorn Clark was on the stand all day Tuesday describing how Diddy wanted to kill people. That included multiple threats on her own life as early as her first day on the job. Clark also testified that Diddy wanted to kill Kid Cudi when he found out he was dating his ex, Cassie Ventura. Clark said she was kidnapped at gunpoint by Diddy to break into Kid Cudi's home before he chased the rapper in his car. Clark also said she witnessed Diddy abusing Ventura. Prosecutors plan to call witnesses from the L.A. police and fire departments Wednesday. Diddy faces life in prison if convicted. I'm Kristen Marks.
The COVID vaccine is no longer being recommended by the CDC for pregnant women and healthy children. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. made the announcement on X.
Last year, the Biden administration urged healthy children to get yet another COVID shot despite the lack of any clinical data.
Previously, the CDC had recommended the vaccine for everyone 6 months and older. King Charles is showing his support for Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney's policies during his first meeting with officials as the head of state. The King gave a speech to Canada's Parliament.
All Canadians can give themselves far more than any foreign power on any continent can ever take away.
His visit to Canada, which is a member of the British Commonwealth, comes as President Trump has continuously called for the country to become the 51st state of America. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
German Chancellor Friedrich Merz supports Ukrainian military strikes deep in Russian territory.
It comes after Merz committed to supplying Ukraine with long-range missiles. Merz said Monday Germany, Britain, the U.S., and France have all gotten rid of range restrictions for weapons given to Ukraine. The German Chancellor's stance on the matter is different than his predecessor, Olaf Scholz, who he replaced earlier in May. Meanwhile, Sunday, President Trump said Russian President Vladimir Putin has gone absolutely crazy.
He's sending rockets
rockets into cities and killing people, and I don't like it at all.
John Summers, USA Radio News.
A British man is in custody on suspicion of attempted murder after a van plowed into a crowd in Liverpool, England yesterday. Nearly 50 people were injured in that incident that happened as the crowd gathered to celebrate Liverpool's Premier League soccer title.
Detectives are making significant progress as we seek to establish the full circumstances that led to this awful incident.
Karen Johndrill, Merseyside Police Detective Chief Superintendent. The 53-year-old man is also suspected of driving while on drugs. In honor of this week's Scripps National Spelling Bee, a new study is revealing the most misspelled words in America.
The company Word Unscrambler used Google search data to determine the most misspelled words. Here they are. Nationally, the top 5 most misspelled words are definitely, separate, necessary, believe, and through. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
And we are back for the final hour. Here on a Wednesday, kicking off a brand new day, 28th day of May. Got a lot of drivers actually just getting their week started after the long holiday weekend, right? Kick things off this hour, I guess we'll call it some of the market headlines. Yeah, we'll start off with the overall market moved lower last week. Investors were getting worried about tariffs again. Wall Street was hoping for some trade deals. The word had come down the U.S. was moving forward with 50% tariffs on the European Union. But over the weekend, of course, Trump announced that the 50% tariffs on the EU was going to be delayed until July, giving him another 30 days to try and get some trade deals done with the EU. Apparently, they were making some progress. I know Trump said here a couple of weeks ago the European Union's actually been more difficult to work with than even China, apparently. Many experts thought the Fed would be cutting interest rates multiple times this year. But now the Fed says they're not sure if they'll be able to. Minneapolis's Fed president said tariffs are creating uncertainty, which are going to make it hard for the Fed to cut rates. But he also said if the U.S. is able to make more trade deals soon, that could give the central bank some of the clarity they're looking for. All right, let's see. U.S. Steel gets a deal. U.S. Steel shares surged on Friday. I mean, big time, on news that Nippon Steel is going to go through with a $14 billion investment in U.S. Steel. U.S. Steel was up like 21%. Nippon, the Japanese company that had tried to purchase U.S. Steel for $14 billion, but that deal was blocked. So now the company is investing a bunch of money into U.S. Steel and will be a partial owner, but it is not an outright purchase of the company. So, and again, stocks were way up on that. BYD stocks dropped about 8% after the Chinese car company announced they're going to lower the price of some of its cars. BYD's hatchback will now have a price tag of about $8,000. The sedan is going to be listed for about $14,000. Now, why does that matter? BYD sales are growing in places like China and Europe, and cheaper prices could help the company grow, obviously. All right, and so it begins. These movies that we've seen, Hollywood fiction, where robots and artificial intelligence start to revolt against humans? Well, OpenAI's newest ChatGPT model is ignoring instructions to shut down, saying, "You can't tell me what to do?" Some experts have advised for years now, you have to have controls on this stuff as computer self-learning. Some of that Hollywood fiction very well may be becoming reality in short order. All right, let's see. No inflation here. More economists are now calling for home prices to fall this year. As mortgage rates stay high and inventory starts to go, Redfin is predicting that home prices will drop about 1% this year. Zillow is calling for a drop of about 1.4%. The cities where homes will drop the most, according to experts, would include the likes of Dallas, Houston, Austin, and Tampa. And one last tidbit, one big bank or big banks with a big plan. Big banks like J.P. Morgan and Bank of America are reportedly in talks to team up to make a stable coin. Why? So that the banks don't lose power or influence to the crypto companies that have their own stable coins. Banks are basically saying, if you all are moving to crypto instead of cash, so are we. All right, 844-844-3388 as we roll into a hump day. All right, Eagle, I think he woke up. Welcome back, Eagle.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I don't know if the phone cut off or what. I fell asleep. I'm not sure what happened. I just woke back up, whatever happened though. But yeah, Steve, I wanted to talk about some things. Some of the callers that mentioned after I had talked about the situation with the cameras. Mm-hmm. I wanted to say that. But before I get to the camera deal, I wanted to say something about the log situation, the electronic logs. That's something else that somebody else brought up, and I think you said something about it. There's no reason why, Steve, that the government, they seem to want to make changes, without the truck drivers getting involved. Well, they should. A lot of truck drivers have already said that a lot of guys, when a 10-hour break, a lot of people don't even sleep on their 10 hours. I know a lot of times I don't even sleep a full 10 hours. There's no reason why the government couldn't allow the truck drivers to have at least to drive 12 hours, up 1 hour. What's it going to hurt to give them 1 more hour drive time, 12 hours, and then take a 11-hour break or even a 12-hour break? Like I said, there's 24 hours in a day, Steve, and that's the reason why truckers. that's another thing that this guy brought up. And a lot of trucks, especially in the company trucks nowadays, most of the truck drivers are making the same money between $1,200 and $1,800 a week. I've been noticing, and it's because everybody is on the same clock, and most trucks, the only thing that's gonna hurt, fluctuate the money is the how fast your truck go. If you're running a 62, 63 mile an hour truck, you're not gonna be able to cover as much ground as a guy in a 75 mile an hour truck. So he might make a little bit more money than you, but overall the money is gonna be almost the same, Steve. And there's no reason why the government, like I said before, if they only allowing you to drive 11 hours, and you got 24 hours in a day, you figure out how much money that truck is not making no money sitting in a truck stop for the 10-hour break or the other remaining of that 24 hours. So they hurting the truck drivers' pocketbooks with this nonsense. Like I said, I don't sleep the full 10 hours. And a lot of other guys, 7-8 hours of sleep, that's enough for me to go ahead and get back on the road. But the government say you got to do 10. And there's no reason for them to do that mandate as far as I'm concerned. They need to change that because they're taking money out of my pocket and a whole lot of other truck drivers' pockets. Now, if they think that it's safe, they more concerned about laws, but I don't care what the government say. See, I've seen these trucks going down the interstate recently. I forgot to tell you that. Because I live in Texas, and over in the Houston area, they've already got these trucks running from Houston to Dallas with these damn cameras in them, with no driver in these trucks. You can't tell me, and I don't care what the I think you just said a few minutes ago, talking about Nevada, that these guys are saying that these autonomous vehicles, these vehicles are not safe. You can't tell me, Steve, and I'll tell that guy flat out to his face, you can't tell me that a truck riding down the road, 80,000-pound truck, with no driver inside it, it's safer than having me operating that truck. I don't care than a human being operating that truck. I don't care what the government say or any other legislators say. There is no way that a driverless truck is safer than having a driver in that truck. Just that simple. And I'm tired of these people saying it because, like I say, I've seen these trucks rolling down the Interstate 45 over here in Texas, where I live at, with no driver in it. And when I see one of them trucks in my mirror, Steve, I'm just like what I told you about Amazon. When I see Amazon in my mirror, I move over to the next lane and let him get the hell on down the road, get away from me, because I don't want to be involved in an accident. And the same thing with these autonomous trucks. When I see one of them rolling down the road, I don't want to be in nowhere near one of them things as far as I'm concerned. So they can think what they want to think, but I know that they're not safe. Now, as far as the camera goes now, Steve, I used to drive a truck about 6 or 7 years ago that had a camera, and I did that for about 3 months, and that was the end. That's the reason why I have such a bad taste in my mouth for these cameras in these trucks, because I've done it before. And a lot of guys are saying, nobody said it tonight, but I've heard people say this in the past, Steve, for people that approve of these cameras, they say, well, if you ain't doing nothing wrong, you shouldn't have no problem with them putting the camera in the phone. In your truck. And that might be true. Yeah, you don't have a reason, like somebody had said, a guy was riding down the road looking at videos, looking at his YouTube videos. And there's no reason to be riding down the interstate looking at YouTube videos. There's no reason to be rolling down the interstate talking on your cell phone. So if you're doing these things, in a way, it might stop. If you think about it, there's two ways of looking at this, Steve. In a way, it might stop somebody from doing something stupid like that. If he has a camera in his truck, he'll think twice about getting on YouTube or looking at porno movies while he's rolling down the interstate, or talking to his girlfriend on the cell phone, or doing something else he shouldn't be doing while he's operating that truck. But then again, like I said, it's a privacy issue too. So you can look at it both ways. It might end up saving lives because it'll stop a man from doing something he shouldn't do. But then, like I said earlier, you're losing your privacy. And they say that, they tell you that at nighttime you can put a piece of tape over the camera, or the camera shuts off at night, but you don't have no guarantee that camera is still not operating while that truck is in the truck stop parking lot. Because I had a guy tell me a couple of days ago that the camera is still operating. If somebody hits that truck, backs into you at night, while you're sleeping, it records it. So how the hell are they going to say that the camera is not working if it records if somebody hits you in while you're sleeping at night? So that's nothing but a lie. So like I said before, there's 2 or 3 ways you can look at this camera situation, and I choose the option of not having it in my truck. And luckily right now, I don't have a camera. And if the company I'm currently with, if they go to the cameras, then more than likely I'm gonna probably look for another job. And if I don't find one, then I guess I'll find something else to do. But I'm just for this point in my life right now, Steve. I've been doing this for over 25 years, and I'm just not ready to get involved with a camera right now. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle, have a good morning. Thank you very much. About 19 past the hour. 844-844-3388. The big discussion last week was the proposal of the Golden Dome, remember? And some saying it could take years to build. Some discussing the costs. Retired Army Lieutenant Colonel Tony Shaffer said late last week he thinks that the president's just announced Golden Dome missile defense system likely will not take 3 years to build, like the president projected, saying he thinks the project will get the Chinese to engage with the United States when it comes to nuclear issues. Shaffer contrasted the impending reality of Trump's defense system with, you recall the Reagan administration's Strategic Defense Initiative, some called it Star Wars. It was a theoretical project intended to safeguard the U.S. from Soviet ballistic missile attacks and nuclear annihilation. So we now know SDI, the Strategic Defense Initiative, was actually a bluff. I've talked to Bud McFarlane, the National Security Advisor to the former President Reagan, who was there. And when the former Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev bet the farm on stopping us from getting that system, not knowing it was a complete bluff, they fell for it. And we won the Cold War. Well, this is not a bluff. The elements which we started working on back then have now indeed been fielded, he says. The Iron Dome is just a derivative, believe it or not. The Iridium phone system that's in orbit is a derivative. We're way farther ahead than people fully understand, and I don't think it's going to take 3 years. I think we can have it up, something called Brilliant Pebbles. That's space-based systems. Blaine probably knows better than me about that stuff, but I think we could effectively cover within less than 2 years. I think the Chinese know that. The Chinese have never been willing to engage on nuclear issues. I think that may be about to change. Retired Air Force Brigadier General Blaine Holt commented on the war in Gaza and what Israel needs to do now that Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has said that the Jewish state is going to permanently remove the Palestinians from the territory. Yesterday, the topic of the Golden Dome was also discussed, where President Trump, via a post on Truth Social, said that the proposed Golden Dome missile defense shield, that Canada has said they'd like to be a part of that. Now, he suggested it would cost Ottawa $61 billion to be included in the system. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney said last week that the country is looking at potential investments in the proposed $175 billion project. I think Trump went on to say it'll cost you $61 billion. As things stand right now, it would cost you $0 if you had become the beautiful 51st state of the United States. What do you think? Now, Trump said, he says, the Canadian said, okay, we'll will look at that.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
I did mention that over the weekend, President Trump, it was on Sunday, said we're going to delay implementation of the 50% tariffs on the European Union from June 1 till July 9th. I guess they're making enough progress that he feels that this will buy additional time for negotiations with the bloc. The agreement came after a call Sunday with the president of the European Commission, who told Trump that she wants to get down to serious negotiations. I told anybody that would listen, they've got to do that. He spoke to reporters Sunday in New Jersey. He said von der Leyen vowed to rapidly get together and see if we can work something out. In a social media post Friday, Trump had threatened to impose the 50% tariff, complaining that the 27-member bloc had been very difficult to deal with on trade and the negotiations had been going nowhere. Those would have kicked in June 1. I guess they got the message, right? The call from von der Leyen appeared to smooth over tensions, at least momentarily. Now, he said, I agreed to the extension, July 9 of 25. It was my privilege to do so. Now, for her part, von der Leyen said the EU and the U.S., we share the world's most consequential and close trade relationship. Europe is ready to advance talks swiftly and decisively, she said, to reach a good deal. And we would need that time until July the 9th. Obviously, the market reaction on Monday was very positive. Dow was up 700 and some odd points. I think the S&P was up like 2.4%. As I said, last week the markets were kind of getting a little jittery, a little nervous about tariffs again. That weekend news update did bode very well for the markets. All right, coming up, we'll get to Knuckle Buster, see what kind of bull we got here as they reference the loneliest hour. Meanwhile, this would be breaking news as well. I had no idea that it's been 50 years since we've had a new antibiotic. Did you realize that? The first new antibiotic in 50 years to tackle the common superbug being tested on patients. The drug that targets one of the bacteria considered to pose the biggest threat to human health has been hailed as an exciting development in the fight against antibiotic resistance. We've been told for decades, doctors instructed, do not prescribe antibiotics unless absolutely necessary. There's going to come a time when these bugs are going to be resistant and we don't have anything else to throw at them. Give you more on that coming up here following our news break. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Multiple people have been shot at a Connecticut mall.
There were 5 victims that were struck by gunfire here. They were all transported to local area hospitals where they received treatment. Thankfully, currently, there is no fatal issue with this particular incident.
Fernando Spignolo, the Waterbury Chief of Police. The COVID vaccine is no longer being recommended by the CDC for pregnant women and healthy children. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. made the announcement on X.
Last year, the Biden administration urged healthy children to get yet another COVID shot despite the lack of any clinical data.
Previously, the CDC had recommended the vaccine for everyone 6 months and older. King Charles is showing his support for Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney's policies during his first meeting with officials.
All Canadians can give themselves far more than any foreign power on any continent can ever take away.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do.
Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All righty, rolling into a brand new day. Let me get to Knuckle Buster. There he is. Welcome back.
Thanks for having me back there, Mr. Thanks, sir. I appreciate that. Thanks for having me back there. Hey, Steve, what day is it? What day is it?
Yes, it is Hump Day.
That's right. It's Hump Day, baby. I don't know. It's Wednesday, so you can
yes.
Willie. Thanks there, Mikey. Yep. So I don't know who Mikey is, but anyway, that'll work. We can now say officially we humped something today. I don't know. Anyway, that accident up at Little Rock, you can go to I-Drive, Arkansas, and it'll tell you how to go around it there. If you've got a hazmat, you cannot go through the middle of Little Rock there. Hazmat through the middle of Little Rock is a no-no. You have to take 440 west to 30 west to 430 north, and that'll carry you around it if you got hazmat there. Matter of fact, that'd be the way I'd go around. I wouldn't go through the middle. At 630 goes down there by all the hospitals and all that stuff. You got a bunch of rolling hills and curves and stuff like that, Steve. I mean, they can do whatever they want to, but you can do I-Drive of Arkansas. It'll show you how to get around it there. So, anyway, let's do that simplify shout out to Truck and Field and Captain Ron and Mr. Steve Summers. And we appreciate all you do, Steve. Y'all buy some Stabile product, some Hot Shot Thinker product, some Overnight Drive product, and some Steve Summers Overnight Drive product. That's right. I forgot to add your name in the front. I'm getting I must be getting late in the day, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's almost quitting time, too, there. Well, y'all keep calling Steve at 844-844-3388. And I want to congratulate them Cardinals on beating them Orioles 7-4. That's still my mama's team, even though she's in heaven. They just got to get their act together. Well, they're in the number 2 place in the division, Steve. I think the Reds were... Y'all weren't on the bottom, but you was getting pretty close.
I think we're down in, I think it's the Cubs, the Cards. I think the Reds are in 3rd.
Okay.
I'll have to double check.
That's fine. Yeah, I think, it's too much to keep up with, right?
Yeah, I think the Cards got I think that was their 31st win of the season there yesterday, I do believe.
Yep. Yeah, they need to. They need to win a whole lot more. Get on up there in top 5 there, so that'd make Mama proud anyway. When I get into Memphis this morning about 0700 my time, I'm gonna be taking off because Tennessee's having surgery Thursday. I'm not leaving town and gonna get that carotid artery cleaned out there.
Yep.
Get some blood and oxygen up there to her brain there, so she definitely needs to stay smarter than me anyway there. And it don't take much to be smarter than me, so Anyway, y'all have a great day there. I'll get back quiet and let somebody else with more intelligence get in there. And
that might be hard to find at this point in time, but that National League Central that's a pretty tight division at the moment. Cubs leading 34-21 is their record. Cards indeed picked up their 31st win. So they're 31-24, so 3 games back for the Cards. Cincinnati and Milwaukee are technically tied now. 28-28 is their record each. So both of them like 6.5 games back. Pittsburgh bringing up the bottom of the division with 20 wins and 36 losses. Gotta feel sorry for those Colorado Rockies. I was just kind of glancing through the records there, and they haven't even won 10 games on the season yet. They are now 9 wins, 46 losses. It doesn't get a whole lot worse than that, does it? Baltimore at the bottom of the AL East, 19 wins, 35 losses. Like season over, they're 15 games back. White Sox, I don't know, maybe a little bit better than last year, but not much. They're now at 17 wins, 38 losses, 18.5 games back in that division. Wow. 844-844-3388. I mentioned there before the break the announcement from the Swiss pharmaceutical giant Roche that they're going to take their drug Zosurebalpin, that's a mouthful, Zosurebalpin, into the 3rd and final stage of testing on humans. It is the first drug in 5 decades to show promise at tackling a pathogen which I can't pronounce, described as a priority by the World Health Organization and an urgent threat by the CDC and the U.S. National Public Health Agency. This is the drug-resistant bacteria that we've always heard. Folks say, I don't want to go into the hospital to have this done or that done because you pick up something worse while you're there. And that is this particular bacteria disproportionately impacts people who are in the hospital that causes infections such as pneumonia and sepsis. It's estimated somewhere between 40 and 60% of infected patients with this pathogen, many of which are immunocompromised because they may be battling cancer or something else, that actually die as a result of this bug. One of the reasons it's so difficult to treat, that it has a double-walled membrane protecting it from attack, so it's difficult to get drugs into it and to keep them in, according to experts. This particular drug, Zosurebalpin, which has been developed alongside researchers at Harvard University, no less, targets the machine which stops the outer membrane from forming properly. It works differently to all existing antibiotics. It is hoped it could lay the foundation for future drugs. The drug-resistant bacteria. So I guess that's a positive step. I think, this kind of stuff takes years. This 3rd phase, the phase 3 trial, which they hope will either start later this year or early next year, will look at about 400 patients with infection who will either receive this drug or the current standard of care. And again, that's the infection that so many people pick up when they're in the hospital. It's hoped the drug will be approved by the end of the decade. So that's another full 5 years away. But the drug-resistant bacteria, this stuff's present in every country of the world. He said innovative biology involved in this research could potentially reveal new insights into the structure of bacterial membranes, possibly leading to the discovery of new antibiotics in the future. It's kind of a drawn-out process, but all right, hopefully that will be successful.
Winner's Circle sponsors show Puller some love at every Grand National event. Regional and Point Fund sponsors hold their applause till the big checks at year's end. This, as the new Galaxy Tour is set to benefit NTPA Championship competitors like never before. From National Track Reporters Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. We're ready to evince our appreciation to 3 more groups of 2025 NTPA sponsors. And we begin with an unprecedented investment in the regional national level courtesy of Steiner Tractor Parts of Lennon, Michigan. Steiner Tractor Parts is the sponsor of all 4 of the NTPA's competition regions in 2025. Proudly offering a wide selection of tractor parts for vintage, old, and classic farm tractors, Steiner Tractor Parts' mission is not only to offer the best selection of affordably priced tractor restoration parts, but also to preserve the American agricultural heritage by helping to keep old tractors running. For more information about Steiner Tractor Parts, visit steinertractor.com. Northwoods Engineering sponsors the NTPA Galaxy Tour Light Superstock Winner's Circle. Northwoods Engineering of Ham Lake, Minnesota specializes in high-performance cylinder heads for tractor pulling applications from Pro Farm through Pro Stock to Super Stock divisions. For more information about Northwoods Engineering, find them on Facebook. Fair Valley Performance sponsors the NTPA Galaxy Tour Superstock Diesel and Superstock Diesel 4x4 Winner's Circles. Fair Valley Performance of Sauk City, Wisconsin was established in 2001 to sell Datalog data acquisition systems. 5 years later, FVP started its diesel component service center, and today FVP employs 18 diesel technicians and support staff. For more information about Fair Valley Performance, visit fvpdiesel.com. Apex Turbo sponsors the NTPA Galaxy Tour Super Farm Winner's Circle. Established in southeast Michigan, Apex Turbo earned its name for its unique fastener-free compressor and turbine wheel designs and geometry, improving airflow and increasing horsepower. For more information about Apex Turbo, visit apexturbo.com or call 734-777-1380. Chaos Fabrication sponsors the NTPA Galaxy Tour Pro Stock Winner's Circle. Chaos Fabrication LLC officially launched in March 2014 and leads both turnkey and restoration projects from concept and design through the complete building and testing process. For more information about Chaos Fabrication, visit chaosfabrication.com. And now our 2025 NTPA Point Fund sponsors. Excel Sportswear. With its team of talented artists, Excel Sportswear of Trafford, Pennsylvania provides high-quality graphics that pop off t-shirts, hats, hoodies, jackets, sweatshirts, and more. For more information about Excel Sportswear, visit exceltees.com. The National Tractor Pulling Championships in Bowling Green, Ohio. Each third weekend in August, the Northwestern Ohio Tractor Pullers Association and hundreds of NTPA competitors transform Bowling Green into Pulltown, USA. For more information about the National Tractor Pulling Championships, visit pulltown.com. The Budweiser Dairyland NTPA Super Nationals in Tomah, Wisconsin. Not just a pull, an experience. Thrills fans every 4th weekend in June. For more information about the Budweiser Dairyland NTPA Super Nationals, visit TOMAHTractorpull.com. Riverside Engine Incorporated. Riverside Engine is a builder and manufacturer of tractor pulling engine parts based in Tiffin, Ohio. For more information about Riverside Engine, call 419-927-6838. Next week, we'll take a look ahead to the Power Pull Nationals in Hutchinson, Minnesota on June 6th and 7th, and we'll begin to greet the competitors on the Galaxy Tour. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We can go back 3-4 years ago. How long? The time flies. When we were talking about the development of new vaccines, we were in the midst of a pandemic. For most of us, kind of like the first of our lifetime. Uncharted territory. Everybody was having to make decisions. Everybody had their own opinion. I shared mine pretty clearly at the time, but I recall vividly numerous occasions stating that what many people are going to be doing is kind of being a guinea pig. We're going to be testing things that we will not know the answers to for another 5 years, 10 years, maybe decades to come. Some of that begins to come full circle now. Dr. Robert Redfield, who is the former director for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention this past day, said that 1 in 5 patients that he treats for what they call long COVID never got COVID-19, asserting that they got the long COVID from the mRNA vaccine. He said this is one reason the manufacturers should stop being immune from class action lawsuits. Redfield talking about vaccine injuries due to the spike proteins that come from the messenger RNA vaccines. He said, quote, I spend, 2 days a week in clinic, and my clinic is largely treating long COVID. And of patients with long COVID-like symptoms, probably about 20% of them never had COVID. They got it from the mRNA vaccine. He said there's no way to get the spike protein out of your body. When you give an mRNA vaccine, what you do is give your body the ribonucleic acid, which then turns your body into a factory to make spike protein. Unfortunately, we don't have a way to get rid of the spike protein. It generally just decays over time, but that time could be measured in months. Redfield said vaccine manufacturers should not be protected from lawsuits any longer. Under the Public Readiness and Emergency Preparedness Act, companies are provided that immunity from liability, barring willful misconduct due to side effects or injuries from vaccines or treatments to diseases like COVID. He said there should be lawsuits, but right now, as you know, they've been immune to lawsuits. That needs to be changed. These vaccine manufacturers have to be liable for their products. All right. Good morning to Carl. Charlie joins us this morning. Is, I guess, listening to our conversation about all the new rules, the regulations, the cameras in the trucks. Said, I've been retired since 2009 after 47 years over the road. And I'm glad of it. Old school. I miss it. But I just could not drive under these rules out there today. The way we did it was keep your business to yourself, keep your nose clean, and know your limitations. There you go. Yeah, Shorty. Let's see. Watch this. One day, autonomous trucks will be hatched in their computer, and just think of the damage that could be done. And that's as far as the artificial intelligence kind of turning on us. 844-844-3388. Vic joins us here on a hump day morning. Vic?
Yeah, real quick, we're coming down to the wire here. That vaccine injury thing and reporting, they depend upon physicians to report all this, adverse effects and everything else back to, I think, one of the health agencies and the company. And I suspect that reporting by physicians is probably a little bit short, because there's big money involved there, and there are pharmacy salesmen in there all the time talking to doctors, and they take these so-called, I guess you call them, I don't know what I want to call them, but seminars. And these seminars are held in very plush places, and the physicians are invited. So there's much to be desired in the actual reporting system of adverse effects on any medicine. But real quick, you were talking, I missed a lot of the program tonight for one reason or another, but they were talking about the driver-facing cameras, right? When they came out with all that distracted driving and everything, and we didn't have cameras in our trucks, that came quite later. But the thing that used to aggravate me, they put a Qualcomm to where you couldn't reach it while you were driving, and then you'd be driving, and the dispatcher would want to send you a message, where you take this load or something or whatever. And that always bugged me. It's like, look, you know where I am from the Qualcomm. You know I'm driving. So why are you sending me a message? Because I'm going to have to pull off the road in order to answer this message. And sometimes there was no place to pull off. And I don't know if they have any rules for the company as, when can you send a message or anything of that nature. And the other thing, too, was a long time ago, all the driving regulations, hours of service, you had to have your rest during the circadian rhythm hours, and that's basically 2 to 4 a.m. and you get another 2 to 4 p.m. I think that's went by the wayside. But I've used to do a fair amount of FedEx at night. And let me tell you, if it hadn't been for one of the Big Gulp soft drinks and a good quality Hershey's bar, which Hershey's doesn't make anymore, I don't think I would ever made it, because when I would hit that tired period, I knew when I would hit it. So then I would, I'd drink me a Big Gulp and eat a Hershey's bar, and that would get me through to, all the way to the end.
You would get you got the sugar blast. Hey, you mentioned much of the program. We only got like a minute and a half left. Real quick, there was a question that came up we thought you might be able to answer. We had the scenario over the past weekend. Vladimir Putin was in a helicopter. Ukraine sent 40 drones out to try and take the helicopter down, essentially to assassinate Vladimir Putin. The question was, is that against the Geneva Convention for countries, even in wartime, to try to take out the leader of a country? Do you know that off the top of your head?
Off the top of my head, I'd say no, it isn't. That's part of the laws of war, I'll just say real quick.
Okay.
You always try to decapitate the leadership. I mean, that's just a fact of war.
I know. We said, our thinking was, like generals, admirals, military leadership, those would all be. But all right, so I guess maybe we'd have to do a little research on that, as far as whether it's illegal to take out the president or the prime minister of a country. Okay.
Yeah, no, and it was legal in World War II because they wanted to figure out how they were going to take out Stalin, Churchill, and Roosevelt, and they had a spy who was Spanish, and they kept saying they were going. The leaders kept saying they were going to meet in Casablanca. Well, to that Mexican spy, he thought that meant the White House.
Gotcha. Okay. Right. I hate to cut short, but right there we're out of time. So, hey, Vic, great to hear from you. Thank you so much, and we'll see you back at the midnight hour Eastern.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah.